Chapter 172. In the forest not far away, a figure was lazily lying on a tree branch with a blade of grass in his mouth. He looked extremely carefree and at ease. There was also a dark red little beast beside him. That little beast was actually flying in the air, seemingly very carefree. At this moment, a golden figure flashed over. This was the golden wind wolf that had just swallowed Lao Fanqing and his companion. It arrived in front of the tree and looked up at the youth lying on the tree, saying, "Master, the mission is complete." This youth was Ling Xiao, and the golden wind wolf was his mount, Xiao Jin. "That's good. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Did it taste good?" Ling Xiao replied, still lying down. "Not bad, just a bit lacking," the golden wolf king replied. The golden wolf king had been staying in Ling Xiao's spirit beast bracer all this time. It only swallowed beast cores and didn't need to eat at all. Every beast core it consumed was enough for it to digest for several months. It was now at the peak of mid-tier 3, and after a while, it would become a powerful high-tier 3. However, the fire Qilin's advancement was a bit slow, and its appetite was huge. Usually, a beast core wouldn't even take half a month to digest. What made Ling Xiao the most speechless was that this guy could swallow beast cores of any attribute, unlike the Golden Wolf King, which could only swallow beast cores of metal attribute. Perhaps it was because the fire Qilin was a divine beast, which was in existence above all other spirit beasts. "Did you bring back the purple gold grass?" Ling Xiao flipped over and jumped down from the tree. The Golden Wolf King walked up to him with its head held high, holding the purple gold grass in its mouth. Good job." Ling Xiao bluntly stored the purple gold grass into his spatial ring. He looked in the direction of Hua Xiaoge and Wu Xixue and murmured, "This can be considered a small price for you. Little turtle, you have to cherish it. Don't say that boss didn't help you." After saying this, Ling Xiao turned around and left with the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin. Everyone would see their true feelings in adversity. If Hua Xiaoge had run away before, it would prove that he did not really fall in love with Wu Xixue, and he would lose the qualification to pursue Wu Xixue for the rest of his life. Fortunately, his conviction was firm enough to step forward. Although he couldn't help much, it was enough to show his sincerity. A woman's heart was made of water. It was easy to be moved. This saying was not wrong at all. Although Wu Xixue didn't have any love for Hua Xiaoge because of this, she had already changed her opinion of him. In her heart, she had already begun to have a good impression of Hua Xiaoge. Then the rest would depend on their luck and fate. Soon, half a month had passed. Ling Xiao had killed more than 20 spirit beasts of rank 2 and above. Among them, there were even 2 high-rank spirit beasts of rank 2. He had also obtained dozens of spirit herbs of rank 1 to rank 2. Ling Xiao did not rely on the help of the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King. He hunted the spirit beasts with his own strength. He had always adhered to the cultivation method of using battle to nurture battle. After every battle, he would once again organize his insights after the battle. After eating spirit beast meat for another half a month, the 2 great profound arts continued to absorb the profound energy from the spirit beast meat. The energy in his body was becoming more and more complete, and there were a few times that he almost forced Ling Xiao to break through on his own. In this half a month, Ling Xiao did not look for Hua Xiaoge and Wu Xixue again. He created an opportunity for them to be alone together, and he believed that they would not encounter any more danger. They still had the jade tube in their hands, and even if it was not good, they could use the jade tube to inform the deacon to come and rescue them. The night was as cold as water. The moonlight poured down from the sky, covering the pitch-black valley with a thin veil, making it seem beautiful and mysterious. In a cave in the mountain wall, Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged. After half a year of accumulation, his profound energy had already reached the edge of breaking through. At this moment, his condition had been adjusted to its peak. His profound energy was full and condensed. If he didn't break through now, when would he? Ling Xiao's mind was focused, and the energy in his dantian began to circulate at high speed. First, the profound energy in his body returned to his dantian from his 7 meridians and 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Streams of profound energy were like swallows returning to their nests, and not a single one was missed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like an ordinary person, and no one could tell that he had any aura of a martial artist. However, at this moment, his dantian was surrounded by multicolored profound energy, which looked more and more condensed and holy. When all of the profound energy returned, a few different types of attributes interweaved and converged. The profound energy was suppressed smaller and smaller, and the dantian became more and more condensed. When it reached a certain limit, boom, all of the profound energy instantly surged and split into countless profound energy. With the dantian as the center, it rushed towards the various meridians. For a moment, wherever the profound energy went, those meridians were expanded a little, and many of the acupoints were instantly filled by the profound energy, emitting a radiance that was as bright as the stars. This profound energy had long reached the accumulation of a high-level profound practitioner, and after many days of heavy compression, now that it burst out, all the walls didn't cause any obstruction at all. It went all the way like a hot knife through butter, and the aura reached the beginner stage of high-level profound energy. However, that aura continued to rise a little and then stabilized. In this process, there was also a portion of the profound energy that rushed to the sea of consciousness. The small green tree trembled slightly. It was as though the tree was absorbing nutrients from the soil, desperately sucking in the Xian energy that rushed up. After absorbing the Xian energy, the small tree seemed to look even more emerald green. The shadow in the tree murmured, "This kid's potential is endless." The energy of a few attributes mixed together has a bit of the aura of the origin. I believe that when he advances a step further, it's not impossible for me to recover my original vitality. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of this, and his whole body was still sitting cross-legged, motionless like a statue. Only the aura emanating from his body shook off the dust in the cave. His clothes were completely soaked by the sweat that was forced out of his body. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes that were even more profound. Looking at the vast starry sky, it was even more intoxicating. He casually waved his hand, and a powerful golden light blasted on the stone at the entrance of the cave. Boom! The stone was instantly blasted away. That power was comparable to the full power of a mid-level profound practitioner. A high-level profound practitioner? The power seems to be alright. Ling Xiao chuckled, stood up, and slowly walked out of the cave. The Golden Wolf King was already waiting with a low-level second-rank earth leopard in its mouth. As soon as the fire qilin on its head saw Ling Xiao coming out, it immediately pounced towards Ling Xiao. The fire qilin didn't know if it was because Ling Xiao had saved it, or because it felt that Ling Xiao's aura was extremely pleasing to it, so it only allowed him to approach, and no other living beings had ever touched it. Ling Xiao cut off the leopard's head, separated the leopard's body into pieces, and started a fire to roast the meat. To be honest, he didn't really want to eat roasted meat, it had no taste, but when he thought that eating spirit beast meat could increase profound energy, he felt that this roasted meat was also quite delicious. After solving the problem in his stomach, Ling Xiao jumped onto a big tree, lay on it, and looked up at the starry sky, and began to miss his family in Meteor City. His current expression had a bit of raising my head to look at the bright moon, and lowering my head to think of my hometown. In a daze, Ling Xiao gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. The moment the sunlight shone down, Ling Xiao opened his eyes due to the piercing light. Another day has passed. Ling Xiao stretched his waist and lightly exclaimed, looking incomparably carefree and relaxed. Other people were racing against time to obtain more points, but he wasn't anxious at all. Killing spirit beasts, to him, was just like cultivating and didn't pose any threat at all. As long as spirit beasts dared to appear, he wasn't afraid of not having enough points. He felt that spending a bit more time to search for spirit herbs was more practical. But unfortunately, in this purple maple valley, spirit herbs weren't common, and high-leveled ones were even rarer, which made his interest halved. After wandering for another half a day, Ling Xiao consecutively killed 3 spirit beasts, and they were all second-ranked spirit beasts. He didn't have the slightest interest in first-ranked spirit beasts. Killing along the way, Ling Xiao's entire body was covered in blood, as though he was a blood man. Those who didn't know would think that he had suffered heavy injuries. Stop right there. A voice came from somewhere. Ling Xiao looked towards the voice, and saw 5 youths who came to participate together appear in front of him. The one who spoke was a high-leveled mystic cultivator, Fang Minga from Totem Pattern City, a 22-year-old high-leveled mystic cultivator. In Meteor City, he could definitely be called a monstrous existence, but in Purple Sky Sect, he was only considered a high-leveled Tenbin, and was far from reaching the level of a demon. "What's the matter?" Ling Xiao asked blankly, but in his heart, he knew very well that he had encountered a group of robbers. "Hurry up and take out all the points you've obtained, or else you'll be in for a treat," Fang Minga bluntly said to Ling Xiao. These days, Fang Minga had snatched a lot of points from those who were left behind, and this quick way of obtaining points made him feel very refreshed. Therefore, whenever they encountered someone who was alone or weaker than them, they would rob it. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "What points can I get by myself? I think you've found the wrong person." Ling Xiao was too lazy to entangle with these people, and after saying this, he turned and walked in another direction. "Stop right there, you bastard!" Fang Minga shouted. She waved her hand, and her companions surrounded Ling Xiao. "Sigh, this young master originally didn't want to hit people, but you guys just had to force me," Ling Xiao said with a sigh. Hearing this, Fang Minga couldn't help but laugh presumptuously. "Bah, it seems like you still don't know the situation, brother. Go, leave him some souvenirs." "You forced this young master." Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold, and before those people could attack, he directly swept towards Fang Minga. Slap slap. In just an instant, 2 red handprints appeared on Fang Minga's cheeks. "Do." Fang Minga just felt his vision blur, and his face was slapped a few times. For a moment he didn't know what was going on. Mother****. Before Fang Minga finished speaking, Ling Xiao followed up his words with a curse, and his hand mercilessly knocked out Fang Minga's front teeth. The pitiful Fang Minga didn't even have a chance to fight back before he lost a few front teeth in his mouth. Mother****, take out all your points, or I'll kill you," Ling Xiao shouted at the others while grabbing Fang Minga's neck with one hand. It seemed like the position of the robber and the position of the victim had changed. Chapter 173. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder so many people like to rob, it's so easy to get points. Ling Xiao collected all the points and exclaimed proudly. He didn't want to rob others, but who knew they would make things difficult for him? Wasn't this forcing him to do bad things? Fang Minga and the others were regretting in their hearts. They didn't expect to meet such a pervert this time. Not only did they not get anything, but they were also robbed. This time it would be difficult to become an outer sect disciple, let alone an inner sect disciple, because more than half the time had passed. "Get lost while I'm in a good mood, or I'll break your legs. You dare to rob me?" Ling Xiao waved his hand. Fang Minga's heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He had just walked a few steps when he seemed to think of something and walked towards Ling Xiao. "What? You think you have too many teeth?" Ling Xiao slightly glared at him. No, I just want to tell you an important news, but I don't know if you're interested." Fang Minga repeatedly waved his hand. "Tell me about it." Ling Xiao replied. He wanted to hear what tricks this guy had up his sleeve. Not far from here, there is a waterfall with a cliff protruding from the middle of the waterfall. There seems to be a 3rd-rank ox tendon vine growing on the cliff. At that time we were standing far away and couldn't see clearly, so we don't know if it's real or not. "Brother, why don't you go take a look?" Fang Minga pointed ahead and said in a very sincere tone. 3rd-rank ox tendon vine? Ling Xiao was delighted. This was one of the main spirit herbs to refine the 3rd-rank bone restoration pill. "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Ling Xiao asked Fang Minga suspiciously. "And absolutely not." Fang Minga replied with certainty. "Then why didn't you take it?" "I was afraid there would be spirit beasts guarding nearby, so I didn't dare to go." "Okay, I'll go take a look now. If I don't find any ox tendon vine, I'll make you pay when we get back to the sect," Ling Xiao said sternly. "I wouldn't dare." Fang Minga's back was drenched in cold sweat. After watching Ling Xiao walk away, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Boss Fang, aren't you afraid that he'll hate you for doing this?" one of Fang Minga's companions asked. What's there to be afraid of? In any case, there really are ox tendon vines there. It's just that it's impossible for him to get them. A damned bastard, he actually stole our things. I curse you to not have a good death, said Fang Minga. Ling Xiao didn't think that Fang Minga would have any good intentions. She actually told him the location of the rank 3 spiritual grass. There was definitely something fishy going on. However, Ling Xiao also wanted to find out the truth. After all, it was related to the important spirit grass that could restore Li Kuanghu's broken leg. Along the way, Ling Xiao killed 2 advanced rank 2 spirit beasts along the way, and his body was covered in wounds. When encountering spirit beasts of the same rank, he really couldn't be careless. If it was someone else, they might have already become the spirit beast's food. After half a day, Ling Xiao didn't encounter another spirit beast. He became more vigilant because he knew that places with high-rank spirit beasts wouldn't have any low-rank spirit beasts. This was because the division of spirit beasts was extremely strict. As long as there was the aura of a high-rank spirit beast, low-rank spirit beasts wouldn't dare to enter. Otherwise, they would attract the attack of the high-rank spirit beast. Ling Xiao really wanted to summon the Golden Wolf King, but he didn't do so in the end. If he always relied on the Golden Fire Wolf and the Fire Qilin, it would be extremely detrimental to his growth. After passing through a dense forest, he unexpectedly arrived at a valley. This valley's environment was extremely beautiful and secluded. Nearby, hundreds of flowers bloomed beautifully, and the grass was verdant. Before people even arrived, they could already smell the waves of fresh air, which made people feel refreshed. As they walked closer, they could hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but quicken his steps as he looked at the valley in front of him. The pure white waterfall was like a curtain, which was spectacular and beautiful. The incessant sound of the water rushing down from a high place made people's emotions surge endlessly. So beautiful! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. At that moment, he felt like he was in a fairyland, which made him feel like he wanted to break away from worldly disputes. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao's vigilance was completely lowered. He couldn't think of any dangerous existence in a place like this. However, he forgot something. The more beautiful a place was, the more dangerous it was. Without saying anything, Ling Xiao pounced towards the quiet pool under the waterfall. Plop! As soon as Ling Xiao dove into the pool, a refreshing feeling assaulted him, and his body was indescribably calm and relaxed. Refreshing! Ling Xiao came out of the water and exclaimed. Then, an earth-shaking sound came from the side. Ah! Ling Xiao's eardrums were almost shattered by that sound, and his head was shaken to the point where stars were appearing before his eyes. Damn, where did that lion's roar come from? Ling Xiao cursed as he covered his ears and looked towards the source of the sound in confusion. Who knew that a gust of cold water would rush towards him, and all the hair on Ling Xiao's body stood up. An unprecedented sense of danger made him have no time to think, and he dove into the water again. Boom! As soon as Ling Xiao dove into the water, he was instantly frozen into a large piece of ice. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao had already swum a few meters away and soared into the sky from another position. As expected, it doesn't have any good intentions. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Before he could land on the ground again, a dangerous aura attacked him again. Dozens of cold air of different sizes attacked him from all directions, and their speed was fast and swift. Ling Xiao was in midair and had nowhere to hide. He could only be a fish on the chopping board. Swoosh! Ling Xiao screamed in pain from the cold air, and with a plop, he flew back into the pool again. Ling Xiao's hands and feet were numb from the cold, and he used his fire attribute as fast as he could to make his blood flow smoothly. The danger here had not been resolved, and the other side came one after another. Damn, it's coming again! Ling Xiao cursed, and his body sank into the bottom of the pool. Fortunately, the bottom of the pool was deep enough, or he would not have been able to avoid such a terrifying attack. Ling Xiao swam a few meters deep and swam to a place not far away, trying to get away from the other party's attack range. It should be a human just now, not a spirit beast. It's just that the attack came too suddenly, and I couldn't see who it was. That attack was at least at the peak of a high-level mystic realm, or it wouldn't be so powerful. Ling Xiao pondered as he hid in the bottom of the pool. He didn't dare to rush out rashly, and it was better to be careful when facing unknown danger. Ling Xiao took out the blazing flame sword from the space ring and slowly swam towards the side of the pool. When he reached the side of the pool, he jumped back to the shore without thinking. Looking over, he saw a drenched Tomiko glaring angrily at him, the ice sword in her hand emitting a cold aura. This cold beauty was the woman he met when he first came to the restaurant in Purple Sky City, and also the woman who had helped Xianxia. This beauty was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a flirtatious and indifferent face. Her figure was as graceful as a snake, causing one to feel an unbearable desire. However, her entire body emitted an icy cold aura that repelled people 1,000 miles away. She was like a lone fragrant flower that was hiding and admiring itself, cold and beautiful yet prickly. However, if it was just that, Ling Xiao's eyes would not have bulged out, and his eyes were filled with wretchedness. He saw that the beauty was completely drenched, and her exquisite devilish figure was vividly outlined. Her seductive body was faintly discernible, and her proud and upright breasts, and her flat abdomen. All of this was simply killing him. "I'll kill you, you perverted thief." Being stared at by Ling Xiao, the cold beauty shouted, and the ice sword in her hand created a powerful sword flower that shot towards Ling Xiao. Every sword flower looked like a beautiful ice flower, but as long as one was touched by it, their body would be frozen numb and injured. Ling Xiao came back to his senses, and the blazing flame sword in his hand swung back, and the scorching flame scattered the snow-white sword flower. The beauty did not give up, and once again stabbed towards Ling Xiao's vital points. Each move was terrifying. Clang! Ling Xiao parried again and again, completely blocking off his opponent's sword moves. In his heart, however, he was secretly saying, "This girl's sword technique is so sharp." Ever since Ling Xiao became strong, it was very difficult for opponents of the same level to give him such a great sense of oppression. Only this beauty made him feel somewhat threatened. Ling Xiao blocked a few moves in a row, and then leaped backwards, shouting, "Beauty, if there's something we can talk about, I think this is just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding your head." The cold beauty frowned, and with a shout, the ice sword in her hand suddenly shone with a cold light, and the aura of a Bayan spread out. "Infinite chill." The beautiful woman shouted and leaped into the air. The ice sword in her hand exuded a powerful sword essence. Snowflakes flew towards Ling Xiao like raindrops at an extremely fast speed. "Damn, you forced me to do this." Ling Xiao was slightly angry. It was clearly just a misunderstanding, but this girl wanted to kill him. He had to teach her a lesson. Jianlian. The soul-stirring continuous sword technique was like flowing water, and it completely dispersed the snowflakes that contained killing intent. The surrounding weeds and flowers were swept away in all directions. The two of them were like a pair of flirting lovers, and the mood could be said to be perfect. The two of them exchanged blows, sword after sword, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Actually, Ling Xiao did not use his full strength. He felt that practicing with this beauty was not bad. Moreover, he could occasionally see the beauty's tightened body, so it was a win-win situation. The two of them fought for at least 300 rounds. Seeing that she could not do anything to Ling Xiao, the beauty could only withdraw her sword and stop. "Let's not fight anymore. If you don't want to fight, then listen to my explanation, okay?" Ling Xiao asked the slightly panting beauty. In terms of endurance, under the same level, Ling Xiao could be said to be an invincible existence. He had already gone through 30% of the origin energy opening meridian, causing him to be several times stronger than a normal martial artist. Naturally, his profound energy was also several times stronger than others. The beauty did not say anything, and only coldly looked at Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, she really wanted to tear Ling Xiao's body into 10,000 pieces and dig out his pair of thieving eyes. Chapter 174. Bing Ruoxue, a genius girl from the largest family in Ice City, the Bing family. She was only 19 years old, but she was already a high-level profound disciple. Since she was young, she had cultivated the ice frost arts, a cyan rank cultivation technique, which was extremely powerful. She had just discovered this quiet pool of water. Seeing that there was no one around, she went into the pool to wash her body. She knew that there might be danger or other disciples at any time, so she did not take off her clothes. She only soaked in the pool to wash away the dirt and blood from the past half a month of killing. Unexpectedly, before she could wash herself clean, a figure jumped down without any warning and jumped next to her. She thought that someone was deliberately trying to take advantage of her, so she was ruthless and had to kill the other party. To be honest, this time Ling Xiao was really a fool. At that time, he did not notice that there was such a beauty hidden in the pool. Otherwise, he would not have jumped down in such a hurry. It would have been better to climb up a tree and peep. I really didn't know you were in the pool just now. I just wanted to wash my body, so I'm really sorry. Ling Xiao scratched his head as he explained, but in his heart, he was thinking, if I knew you were here, I would have waited for you to take off your clothes before jumping down, really. Bing Ruoshui frowned slightly and coldly snorted, I don't care if you did it intentionally or unintentionally. What you did was wrong. She had never bathed with anyone since she was young, but now the man in front of her had taken advantage of her. She still felt that she had suffered a great loss. Ling Xiao was wronged. I've already apologized to you, what else do you want? Don't tell me you still want me to take responsibility? I'm not a casual person. Although you are very beautiful, you are still a little lacking to be my wife. If you are willing to be my concubine, I can suffer a little. Ling Xiao said nonstop. However, before he could finish, another ice-cold killing intent pounced towards him. Ling Xiao took a few steps back and said snappily, Hey, why are you so unreasonable? I didn't do anything to you just now, and besides, is this pool water yours? You can bathe here, why can't I? Really? When Bing Ruoshui saw that she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but stomp her feet. Her face flushed red as she said, I don't care. In short, you have to pay the price for this. She also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, but she still felt that it was unfair in her heart. Furthermore, what this guy said just made her angry. She was a dignified heavenly son of Ice City, but she was only fit to be his concubine. This guy was really arrogant. You're being unreasonable. Do you really want to kill me? I'm not afraid to tell you that with your strength, you can't do anything to me, said Ling Xiao very naturally. If this beauty continued to pester him, he wouldn't introduce her to him. Why don't you try? Bing Ruoshui seemed to be furious as well. She puffed out her proud chest and couldn't help but mock him. You said that? Ling Xiao greedily swallowed his saliva and stared at Bing Ruoshui's chest. It was as if he could still see the two protruding spots of red. You're shameless. Bing Ruoshui stomped her feet and the ice sword in her hand trembled once more, stabbing towards Ling Xiao. This young master is the purest of people. Since you say I'm shameless, then I'll show you how shameless I am, said Ling Xiao extremely indignantly. He poured wind attribute energy into his feet and instantly dodged Bing Ruoshui's attack. However, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and there was still an afterimage where he had been standing. Bing Ruoshui thought that she had stabbed Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be delighted. Unexpectedly, she suddenly felt her breasts being touched by a perverted hand and even slightly pinched. A feeling of being struck by lightning made her tremble slightly, and her mouth almost let out a soft moan. It was really embarrassing to the extreme. Her private parts had never been touched by anyone before. Furthermore, she was an extremely conservative woman. Now that she had been violated by this fellow, an unprecedented wave of shame filled her heart, and an even stronger killing intent surged within her. Ling Xiao shamelessly sniffed his own hand and said, "Gee, how fragrant." Inside he was saying, "It feels really good, and it's quite plump. I'll kill you." Bing Ruoshui's eyes were red with rage. She released all of her ice attribute energy, and the ice sword in her hand began to dance with countless icy sword lights. This was a true killing intent that wouldn't rest until one side was dead. No way, this young master only touched it a bit. Is there a need to be so angry? Ling Xiao could feel that Bing Ruoshui truly wanted to kill him. Furthermore, looking at the red light in her beautiful eyes, it was obvious that her mind was in a mess. He couldn't help but regret his actions. After all, she was still an unmarried young lady. To be so frivolous with her private parts, this was truly too shameless and despicable. However, this thought of regret only lasted for an instant, because this girl had wanted to kill him without any reason. He was only earning back some interest. Just as Bing Ruoshui was planning to use all of her profound energy to kill Ling Xiao, the earth started to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Bing Ruoshui had also recovered some of her consciousness from the shaking. Ling Xiao frowned and looked towards the pool. Ripples started to spread out from the pool, and the ground nearby started to crack and shake, as if a huge earthquake was about to occur. As the pool shook more and more, the ground shook more and more violently, and cracks started to appear in a few places. Following that, a ferocious spirit beast emerged from the large pool. This spirit beast was in the shape of a bull. Its bell-like eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty fierceness, and its bull nose was constantly spraying pond water. Its 2 half-meter-long horns were as sharp as a spear. Its snow-white fur was covered with sparkling water droplets, which sparkled under the sunlight. It looked extremely strange as a whole. This was a white snow cow that had already reached the middle of the 3rd level. Bah! The white snow bull raised its head and let out a strange cry. When the spirit beasts within a radius of 100 miles heard this sound, they were so frightened that they ran in all directions. Fang Minga looked in the direction of the pool and grinned. Damn bastard, let's see how you die, ha! Fang Minga had gone to the pool before, but that was at night. When they approached the pool to drink, they realized that the white snow bull was breathing in and out the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Fang Minga and the others naturally recognized that it was a 3rd-level white snow bull. With their strength as high-level mystic cultivators, staying behind was undoubtedly courting death. Thus, they did not even dare to think about it and immediately fled. Now, he was beaten up by Ling Xiao and even robbed of all his points. If he did not repay Ling Xiao, how could he feel at ease? It was clear that Fang Minga's intentions were truly cunning and sinister. Outside the valley, a group of attendants looked at the startled birds, and their expressions changed slightly. Xing Zhantian muttered, "Looks like there will be more disciples asking for help. Everyone, get ready." In this half a month, there have already been over 50 people who have given up. It looks like the outer disciple quota will be confirmed soon. A attendant sighed from the side. Isn't that so? That Ling brat still hasn't asked for help. How unexpected, LV Chihai said in a strange tone. Emoku glanced at LV Chihai and said confidently, "Don't worry, he will definitely make it to the end." Ha, brother Emo is really confident in him. It looks like I'll have to take out my bet in advance. LV Chihai laughed. In his heart, he looked in the direction of the ancestral curse, hoping that it was caused by Ling Xiao. LV Chihai was right. It was indeed Ling Xiao who had caused the commotion, but there was another beautiful woman there. Mid-level 3rd-level white snow bulls usually lived in the frigid north. Who would have thought that such a spirit beast would also exist in this pool? This kind of spirit beast belonged to the 6th level of the 6th and 9th levels. If they continued to grow, they could become 6th or 7th level spirit beasts. If anyone could subdue such a white snow bull, it would be a huge gain. Its potential was very strong. However, the higher the level of the spirit beast, the more arrogant it was. It was not something that could be easily tamed by an ordinary person. As for why such a white snow bull would appear here, it was puzzling. Moreover, this was within the Purple Sky sect's territory, so it was impossible for no one to discover it. Tsk tisk, there's even a white milk cow? I wonder if there's milk? Ling Xiao sized up this pure white snow bull and couldn't help but praise it. That white snow bull already had some intelligence, and it could hear the sarcasm in Ling Xiao's words. It rushed out of the pool. Its huge body was more than 4 meters long, and its waist was sturdy and round. Every step it took caused the ground to shake violently, showing how strong it was. Bah! The white snow bull cried out and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was actually very fast, and it did not look clumsy at all. Hey big guy, calm down. Brother's words are just the truth. Don't get too excited. Ling Xiao kept retreating as he spoke to the white snow bull. At the same time that Ling Xiao finished speaking, the white snow bull had already collided with him, its sharp horns stabbing towards his chest. Damn, that's fast. Ling Xiao exclaimed, leaping into the air. He originally thought that he could dodge it, but who knew that a flash of darkness would flash over. But Ling Xiao only felt that his body was burning uncomfortably, as if he had been slashed by a sharp knife. His entire body flew backwards. Damn, it's fine if a woman bullies me, but a little milk cow like you also bullies me. I'll kill you. Ling Xiao cursed as he looked at the bleeding wound on his waist. It turned out that the thing that had just swept Ling Xiao was the white snow bull's tail. Just as Ling Xiao finished cursing, the white snow bull rushed over again, as if it really wanted to torture and kill Ling Xiao until he died. Damn, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao was furious. The flaming sword instantly appeared in his hand, and a roaring fire dragon rushed towards the white snow bull. Ling Xiao originally thought that even if this move could not really hurt the white snow bull, it would at least cause some obstruction to it. It would be convenient for him to reorganize his momentum and fight or escape. Unexpectedly, the fire dragon that he waved did not even touch the white snow bull's fur before it was dispersed by the cold air in front of the white snow bull. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and turned to run. If it was only a low-tier third-tier spirit beast, perhaps Ling Xiao could fight it. However, the white snow bull in front of him was already in the middle of the third tier, and their strength was not at the same level. There was no way for him to fight it. Unfortunately, the white snow bull seemed to be unwilling to let Ling Xiao escape just like that. Chapter 175. The white snow ox glared at Ling Xiao with its bell-like eyes and snorted. Two streams of water shot towards Ling Xiao's back at an extremely fast speed. Even though Ling Xiao's speed was already very fast, it was still not enough against the third-rank spirit beast's elemental attack. Ling Xiao's back felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. His waist let out a cracking sound, as if it had been broken by the water stream. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his entire body flew out another 10 meters. Not far away, Bing Ruoshui, who had been watching the fight, had a strange feeling in her heart. Seeing that Ling Xiao was being chased by spirit beasts, she should have felt happy and delighted. After all, not only did this hooligan jump into the place where she was bathing to bathe with her, he even took her place. She wished that this hooligan could immediately die in front of her. However, when Ling Xiao was really about to die in front of her, her heart was conflicted. After all, she had a deep impression of Ling Xiao previously. First, when they first came to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao saved Xianxia. This made Bing Ruoshui feel that Ling Xiao should be a good person with a lot of love. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that he had been given a good person card by a beauty, or else he would have been angered to the point of going crazy. In addition, in Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao took 5 palm strikes from Lao Fanqing and was completely fine. This made her feel that Ling Xiao had become mysterious again. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage profound disciple. In a defenseless state, he took 5 full strikes from an opponent of the same level and was actually completely fine. Even if it was any other high-level profound disciple, they would have fallen on the spot. At that time, she began to pay special attention to Ling Xiao. She felt that in the election, Ling Xiao would become one of her opponents that was worthy of her attention. However, on that night, Ling Xiao was attacked and returned with heavy injuries, causing her to be even more shocked. At that time, Bing Ruoshui was in Ling Xiao's room taking care of Xianxia. She had also personally fed Ling Xiao a healing elixir. Later, something surprising happened. When Ling Xiao was unconscious, the recovery ability of the Vajra 5 transformation technique shocked Bing Ruoshui. She had originally thought that Ling Xiao was doomed, but seeing Ling Xiao circulate his Xian Qi to heal himself, and in just a short night, he actually recovered to his original state. This was too heaven-defying. From then on, Bing Ruoshui deeply remembered Ling Xiao. Of course, Bing Ruoshui didn't mean that she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao. She just felt a strong sense of curiosity towards Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it calmly, what happened in the pool earlier should have been a misunderstanding. Yet, he had played second fiddle to the other party's death. It seemed like he had gone overboard. Bing Ruoshui gently shook her head and touched her chest as she muttered to herself, "He deserves to die. Who asked him to take advantage of me?" "Xiao Jin, come out." Ling Xiao was lying on the ground. His spine was fractured and he was seriously injured. Seeing that the white snow bull was about to attack again, he had no choice but to call out to his Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King appeared majestically beside Ling Xiao with a flash of his spirit beast wrist guard. Its eyes were fierce, and its fangs were deep as it stared at the white snow bull that was about to pounce on it. "Xiao Jin, kill it for me." Ling Xiao sent a mental message to the Golden Wolf King. His entire body was in excruciating pain. If he didn't kill this white snow bull, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. "Yes, master." The Golden Wolf King replied and pounced towards the white snow bull. The white snow bull looked at the powerful Golden Wolf King with fear in its eyes. Even though the two spirit beasts were of the same level, the Golden Wolf King's aura was slightly stronger than the white snow bull's. It was already about to step into the advanced ranks of the third level, and the wolf spirit beast's attack was much stronger than the bull's. The Golden Wolf King and the white snow bull clashed, and for a moment, a series of howls could be heard. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to consume a healing elixir and quickly circulated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. When Bing Ruoshui saw the sudden appearance of the Golden Wolf King, she was shocked. Who is he? How can he have such a powerful protective spirit beast? Bing Ruoshui looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, and was even more confused. She couldn't see through the man in front of her now. How many things did others not know about him? If she had allowed this golden wind wolf to appear in Purple Sky City, Lao Fanqing would probably have fled at the sight of it. He wouldn't have dared to tangle with it. He really hit it well. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao's figure as she muttered. In the battle of spirit beasts, the white snow bull was a water-type spirit beast, and its attack power was far from the Golden Wolf King's. After fighting for a while, the white snow bull was already covered in wounds. A lot of its white fur had fallen off, and it was even stained with fresh blood. The more it fought, the more it retreated, as if it wanted to escape back into the pool. As long as it returned to the pool, the Golden Wolf King wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Unfortunately, the Golden Wolf King's spirituality was not any lower than the white snow bull's. It had long blocked the white snow bull's path back to the pool, and continuously bit at the white snow bull. Ba ba. The white snow bull let out a series of blood-curdling cries, and it seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. After Ling Xiao consumed the elixir, he relied on the Vajra 5 transformation technique to absorb the medicinal effects. His injuries quickly recovered, and he could already stand up from the ground. Phew, that was close. I was almost killed by that cow, Ling Xiao softly exclaimed. He glanced at the Golden Wolf King, who had already gained the upper hand, and sat down to recover from his injuries. By the time Ling Xiao's injuries had mostly healed, the white snow bull was already lying on the ground, barely breathing. Its white fur had already been stained red. If the Golden Wolf King bit it a few more times, the white snow bull would definitely die. "That's enough, Xiao Jin. Don't eat it yet," Ling Xiao softly said as he stood up. The Golden Wolf King stopped attacking, but it still hadn't let down its guard. "Pretty lady, come over here." Ling Xiao beckoned to Bing Ruoshui, who wasn't far from him. Bing Ruoshui frowned and said, "What are you trying to do, you pervert? Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Ling Xiao was speechless. This girl really thought of him as a super pervert. "Don't be nervous. I was in the wrong just now. To express my apology, how about I give this white snow bull to you? I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to use it as a protective spirit beast," Ling Xiao said. You're giving it to me?" Bing Ruoshui asked in disbelief. "Yes, it should be an ice water attribute, which is compatible with your attribute. If you can obtain it, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger." Ling Xiao nodded. Bing Ruoshui was both nervous and pleasantly surprised. Her heart was extremely conflicted. Ling Xiao was right. This white snow bull was an ice-water attribute, which was compatible with her body's ice attribute. If she could obtain such a powerful spirit beast as a follower, it would greatly increase her combat strength. However, she was also suspicious of Ling Xiao's motives. She had never thought that someone would so easily hand over a third-rank spirit beast. Even if it was someone from her clan, there might not be such a generous person. Ling Xiao could tell that Bing Ruoshui was worried, and he immediately said to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, make it spit out its beast core. Otherwise, it'll die." After receiving the order, the Golden Wolf King howled at the white snow bull on the ground, transmitting Ling Xiao's message. A third-rank spirit beast had already developed intelligence, and it already knew what fear and death were. Just as the white snow bull was about to spit out its beast core, the melodious sound of a flute could be heard from all directions. The sound of the flute was melodious and clear, like the sound of a clear spring in a secluded valley or the morning bell in an ancient temple. The sound of the flute struck one's heart, causing one to be extremely intoxicated. The white snow bull seemed to have realized something, and it struggled with its heavily injured body while neighing nonstop. Ling Xiao's mind was slightly on guard, and he shook his head slightly to keep himself awake. He looked around, but there was no trace of anyone. Suddenly, in the middle of the rapidly flowing waterfall, water splashed everywhere, and two figures shot out from the waterfall. In an instant, they arrived in front of the white snow bull and the Golden Wolf King. Ling Xiao focused his gaze and saw that it was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was currently riding on an even larger white snow bull, and he held a green bamboo flute in his hand, which he placed to his mouth and played. This old man was not very tall, and his hair and eyebrows were all white. He had a warm smile on his face, and there was no trace of a martial artist's aura on his body. He was like a kind grandfather. The large white snow bull looked at the white snow bull lying on the ground, neighed, and charged towards the Golden Wolf King without a care for anything else. Its speed was even faster than the Golden Wolf King's, which had the wind attribute. The Golden Wolf King's huge body was actually sent flying a few meters away, and it let out a miserable howl. When the large white snow bull was about to attack the Golden Wolf King again, the old man riding on it put down his flute and caressed the bull's head. He said, "Old White, let's take a look at Whitey first." The large white snow bull turned around unwillingly and walked in front of the injured white snow bull. It licked the injured white snow bull's wound, and there was a look of pity in its eyes. Could it be that these two white snow bulls are a pair? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao, and it was as if he could immediately see through Ling Xiao's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Whitey is Whitey's son. You guys disturbed its sleep, so it attacked you." Seeing that the old man had spoken, Ling Xiao immediately walked up to the old man and cupped his hands in salute. "Greetings, senior. Are these two your spirit beasts?" "You can say that. Your Golden Wolf King isn't bad either. It's actually at the intermediate stage of the third level. Which family are you from?" The old man nodded and asked. "That's right. You're a Golden Wolf King. This junior is Ling Xiao from the Meteorite City's Ling family," Ling Xiao replied. "Ling family? I've never heard of it." The old man thought for a moment, and then said, "Are you the new disciples who came to participate in this year's selection?" Ling Xiao and Bing Ruoshui nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. "If that's the case, then I'll forget about this matter. Hurry up and leave." The old man flicked his sleeves. How should I address you, senior?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked the old man another question. The old man squinted his eyes, stroked his white beard, and said with a smile, "You can ask your master after you become inner disciples." Looks like this old man should be an elder of the sect, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He thought for a moment, and then said to the old man, "Senior, can I ask you for a favor?" The old man raised his eyes, not understanding why this kid would ask such a big question. But seeing that he was so polite, he couldn't bear to disappoint him. He immediately said, "Tell me. However, I won't help you get away with this and become a disciple of the sect as you please." Chapter 176. The elder thought that Ling Xiao wanted to ask him about the selection, so he took the initiative to make things clear and shut Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Xiao smiled. Senior misunderstands. Although junior's strength is average, it shouldn't be difficult for me to become a disciple of the sect. How could I let senior make the decision? Not bad. You're still young, but you're already a high-level mystic cultivator. You also have a spirit beast to protect you, so it really shouldn't be difficult for you to become an official disciple. The elder looked at Ling Xiao and agreed. He then asked, "Then what do you want from me?" "It's like this. Before we entered the Purple Maple Valley, the deacon told us to hunt spirit beasts and find spirit herbs as points. Whoever obtains more points can become an outer sect disciple or even an inner sect disciple. What do you think, senior?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. This has been the sect's rule for generations." The elder answered. "That's right. But before we entered the Purple Maple Valley, the deacon didn't tell us that senior was cultivating here, so we didn't know that Little White was your spirit beast. The two of us spent a lot of effort and risked our lives to subdue it. It's a middle third-rank spirit beast, worth 20,000 points. That's enough for us to become inner sect disciples. But you suddenly appeared and asked for our points. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. Before we entered the valley, we heard the deacon say that no one in the sect is allowed to interfere in the selection." Ling Xiao clapped his hands together and then revealed a troubled expression as he talked incessantly. Bing Ruoshui couldn't help but be puzzled. Why was this scoundrel looking for so many reasons? The elder pondered for a moment after hearing Ling Xiao's question. He seemed to feel that this little fellow's words made some sense. If this Snow White Bull wasn't his, then he wouldn't have appeared. If he didn't appear, then it meant that the Snow White Bull had already been killed by this little fellow. According to the sect's rules, killing a low third-rank spirit beast was worth 5,000 points, and a middle third-rank spirit beast was worth 20,000 points. Now that he had stirred things up like this, it was indeed a bit against the sect's rules and unfair to this little fellow. Could it be that Little White killed him? Absolutely not. The old man thought in his heart, then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "What you said makes sense, but I definitely can't give Little White to you. How about this? I'll go talk to your deacon and give you 10,000 points each. That way, it won't be a problem for you two to become inner disciples." The old man was very easy to talk to. If it were any other elder, they would have sent Ling Xiao flying with a slap. He actually dared to bargain here. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "If we do this, Lord Deacon will think that we asked you to cheat. This is not a good influence, and it will also affect your reputation." "What are you trying to do, kid?" the old man said impatiently. Ling Xiao glanced at the rock protruding from the waterfall and said, "Why don't you give me that ox tendon vine? That way I can get over 20,000 points." There was indeed an ox tendon vine growing here. Fang Minga hadn't lied to him. "You little brat, you really have a good plan." The old man finally understood why Ling Xiao had gone in such a big circle and couldn't help cursing him in his heart. "Senior, this junior was also forced by the situation. You don't want the sect to lose a genius like me, right?" Ling Xiao felt that this old man was very approachable, and his words were becoming bolder and bolder. The old man didn't go up to take the growing ox tendon vine, but instead took out a section of it from his space ring and threw it to Ling Xiao. "Take it." Ling Xiao carefully put away the ox tendon vine. As long as he could find another yellow marrow grass, he would be able to refine the bone replenishing pill. That way, Li Kuanghu's foot would be able to return to normal. "Let's go, I'll find a suitable spirit beast for you," Ling Xiao said to Bing Ruoshui, who knew that Bing Ruoshui wouldn't pay attention to him, and instead bowed to the old man before disappearing into the dense forest. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, jumped onto the back of the Golden Wolf King, and left the pool. After the two of them left, the old man muttered to himself, "This year's seedlings are not bad. An ice attribute girl is very suitable for Xiaobai, but her realm is still a bit low. The other little slippery fellow is also not bad. He actually dared to extort this old man. The younger generation will surpass the older in time." After leaving the pool, Ling Xiao first found a place to recover to his peak state. After being injured again and facing the threat of death again and again, Ling Xiao realized that he had to quickly increase the realm of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. In the past, in Meteor City, most of the experts were at the Mystic Knight realm. Spirit Master experts didn't often appear, so there wasn't much of a threat in terms of defense. Now that he was in a large sect, the younger generation would all have high-level Xian skills, high-level Xian weapons, and even Spirit Master experts were common. If he caused any trouble again, he couldn't just rely on the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin. If that was the case, then the increase of his realm would be abnormally slow, and his ability to respond to enemies would slowly slow down. After all, any expert would have to go through countless battles to continuously break through and grow. In order to ensure that he would have more protection in future battles, it was imperative to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. At the very least, at the most crucial moment, it would give him a chance to survive. However, the spirit herbs and elixirs needed to cultivate the third transformation, the organ's refinement realm, were all very rare and precious. At present, Ling Xiao's savings were still far from enough. This was also the reason why he couldn't continue cultivating. Now that he was in the Purple Sky sect, the resources were much more abundant, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find all the materials. If he really couldn't find them, he could go to the inner area of the desolate mountain range. He believed that he would be able to find them there. There were many strong spirit beasts there. His current priority was to break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. With the help of the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin, he believed that even if he went deep into the inner area, there wouldn't be too much danger. However, the prerequisite was that his two spirit beasts had also broken through to the fourth stage. The Golden Wolf King was only at the peak of the third stage intermediate stage. At the very least, it needed to devour one beast core of the metal element and one beast core of the wind element. Moreover, it could only absorb beast cores of the fourth stage and above. As for the Fire Qilin, Ling Xiao didn't know how long it would take for it to advance. Its body seemed to have no limit. In the past half a year, it had devoured countless beast cores of the third stage intermediate stage and had only entered the third stage advanced stage from the third stage intermediate stage. It would probably take a while for it to enter the fourth stage. My first priority is to gain a foothold in the Purple Sky sect and break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. Ling Xiao confirmed his goal and made up his mind. In the next few days, Ling Xiao increased his speed in finding and killing spirit beasts. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming an outer sect disciple. The top 10 with the highest points could be accepted as inner sect disciples. Only by becoming an inner sect disciple would one be recognized by the Purple Sky sect. A normal outer sect disciple would at most be in name only. While killing spirit beasts, he didn't forget to find spirit grass. He collected all the useful spirit grass from first stage to second stage. In this period of time, there were two groups of people who wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they found the wrong person and didn't manage to take Ling Xiao's things. Instead, they were all taken by Ling Xiao. In an instant, Ling Xiao's points skyrocketed. Other than the points he had obtained, he also had the points of 3 groups of people. This made him extremely happy. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to become an inner sect disciple. Very quickly, there were only 3 days left until the 1-month deadline. Ling Xiao no longer killed spirit beasts. Instead, he leisurely embarked on the reverse journey, picking many low-level spirit grass along the way. The Purple Maple Valley was planned by the Purple Sky sect to be a trial for participating disciples. Being able to find a third-stage spirit grass like the purple gold grass was extremely rare. Third-stage spirit beasts were also rarely seen. This greatly disappointed Ling Xiao. If the other participating disciples knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably fight to the death with this guy. If there were many third-stage spirit beasts, wouldn't they all want to take their lives? Just as Ling Xiao ate some spirit beast meat and was about to set off, he sensed that there were people walking over from his vicinity. Ling Xiao quickly jumped onto one of the big trees to hide. No matter when, he always maintained a vigilant heart. He absolutely wouldn't relax just because he became stronger. 2 figures gradually appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. It's actually them. Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile. Under the tree were Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui, who had been separated for half a month. Looking at their hurried and sorry appearance, it seemed that they had encountered some misfortune. "Little Shui, you run first. I'll block them," Hua Xiaogui shouted. "Can you block them? Don't waste words. If you really can't, then crush the jade tube and call for the deacon to come and save us," Wu Xixue said as she pulled Hua Xiaogui's hand and ran. Hua Xiaogui was only a middle-level profound practitioner. Her speed naturally couldn't compare to Wu Xixue's, so she could only let Wu Xixue pull her. "Haha, do you think you can escape?" A laugh sounded. A figure flashed and blocked in front of Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. The person who came was Xiaohoshi, who was in the same city as Wu Xixue, and his 3 companions behind him. "Xiaohoshi, do you really want to steal our points?" Wu Xixue stopped and shouted at Xiaohoshi. Wu Xixue's breakthrough stopped. Hua Xiaogui couldn't stop and pounced on Wu Xixue. Ouch! Wu Xixue was knocked 2 steps forward. She couldn't help but turn around and scold Hua Xiaogui. "Stinky little turtle, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, little Shui. I didn't do it on purpose," Hua Xiaogui said embarrassedly as she scratched her head. "Little Shui, come back. You and I are a match made in heaven. Why do you have to be with this kind of useless trash?" Xiaohoshi said to Wu Xixue in a relaxed tone. He wanted to be with Wu Xixue mainly because he wanted to become the son-in-law of Wuming City's Wu clan, but a small part of it was because of his love for Wu Xixue. He really didn't want to have a falling out with Wu Xixue unless he had no other choice. "You make it sound better than a song. I've always treated you as a brother, but you actually joined forces with outsiders to bully me. When I return to Wuming City in the future, I'll definitely make my father stop being friends with your clan," Wu Xixue said with puffed cheeks. "Since that's the case, then put down all your points. Otherwise, don't think of leaving," Xiaohoshi said coldly. "If you have the ability, then come and take them. Do the 3 of you really want to become enemies with me, Wu Xixue?" Wu Xixue called out fearlessly, and then called out to the 3 people behind Xiaohoshi. They were also from Wuming City. "Cut the crap. Go get them and cripple that brat for me." Xiaohoshi didn't wait for the 3 to reply and waved to his companions while he himself attacked Wu Xixue. Just as the 3 of them were about to attack Hua Xiaogui, a figure descended from the sky. "Whoever dares to hurt my brother, I'll cripple him." Chapter 177. Boss. Hua Xiaogui couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Ling Zhao's figure. Wu Xixue, on the other hand, felt an inexplicable worry in her heart. "Could it be that he's been following us? I was wondering where you ran off to. So you've been hiding all this time. That's even better, let's take it together." Xiaohoshi disliked Ling Zhao the most. Now that he had broken through, of course he was even happier. They had a total of 4 people on their side and they were all above Mystic Realm. The other side had 3 people and one of them was a Mystic Realm cultivator. Comparing them like this, their chances of winning were in their grasp. "Ah, good, let's take it together." Ling Zhao laughed wildly and then said to Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui, "You 2 go to the side first and watch your boss take revenge for you." Only middle stage. You've reached high stage Mystic Realm?" Xiaohoshi snorted and was about to say that Ling Zhao was only a middle stage Mystic Realm. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ling Zhao's aura had clearly increased by several times. Only then did he know that he had broken through to high stage Mystic Realm. "You're quite observant. Obediently put down all your points and I'll let you suffer less," Ling Zhao said disdainfully. Even if he was only a middle stage Mystic Realm, dealing with these people in front of him was a piece of cake. "Young Master Xia, what do we do?" The young man beside Xiaohoshi asked with some fear. Although high-stage Mystic Realm cultivators were only 1 stage higher than middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators, their strength was many times higher than middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators. Even 5 middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators wouldn't be a match for 1 high-stage Mystic Realm cultivator. What's there to be afraid of? He's only a high-stage Mystic Realm cultivator. Even if a Spirit Master expert came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything, Xiaohoshi said very calmly after the shock. Then he stuck his spear to the side and slowly pulled out a scarlet-red broadsword from his back. This broadsword emitted a dense dark aura. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was a dark attribute weapon. The large blade was engraved with many profound spirit marks, making it look extremely agile. The huge teeth on the back of the blade looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. A bloodthirsty killing intent spread out, causing people to feel suffocated. This was definitely a third-tier profound armament. Moreover, it should be a third-tier intermediate profound armament. Blood-devouring devil saber. Wu Xixue seemed to have some understanding of this saber. She immediately exclaimed upon seeing it. Is it very powerful? Hua Xiaogui asked dumbfoundedly. Nonsense, a mid-third level profound artifact. Don't you think it's powerful? Furthermore, it can also suck human blood. It's a very terrifying demonic blade. Wu Xixue replied in a bad mood. Devouring Shue's profound weapon. Hua Xiaogui could not help but be shocked. Even Ling Xiao, who was beside her, was slightly moved. It's actually a dark attribute Shen weapon. It's really rare. Ling Xiao said in his heart. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then obediently put down all your points and I'll let you go. Xiahou Shi, who was holding the dark attribute Shen weapon, had his eyes turn red. It seemed that he could not bear the pressure that the profound weapon was giving him. He himself was not a dark attribute Shen cultivator. It did not match the attribute of the profound weapon. Therefore, he could not use this profound weapon with ease. Huh, you want to scare me away with just a profound weapon? I think there's something wrong with your brain. However, I want this profound weapon of yours. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Ling Xiao, you must be careful. You must not be injured by that saber. Otherwise, your blood will be sucked dry and you'll die. Wu Xixue reminded him. Don't worry, he doesn't have the ability to hurt me. Ling Xiao replied confidently. Then watch carefully. Don't blame me if you die. Xiahou Shi's eyes became redder and redder. He held the blood-devouring saber in his hand and chopped towards Ling Xiao's head. A thick black mist with a tinge of red swept towards Ling Xiao. All of you, get out of here. Ling Xiao shouted, sending out dozens of fiery streaks to meet the black light. Unfortunately, the black mist's energy was comparable to a spirit master's attack. His flames were of no use. Cloak of clouds and moon. The cloak behind Ling Xiao's back instantly flew out and blocked in front of the black mist. Sizzle. The cloak that was specially made from the mountain pangolin beast was instantly corroded when it came in contact with the black mist. Furthermore, it spread towards Ling Xiao's body. Damn, so vicious. Ling Xiao cursed. He immediately shook off the cloak to prevent himself from being affected. Let's see how arrogant you can be. That. Xiahou Shi's eyes were red with anger. It was as if he was possessed. With a sinister laugh, he charged towards Ling Xiao. His three companions behind him saw that Xiahou Shi's profound weapon was so powerful. They believed that it would not be a problem to restrain Ling Xiao. Hence, the three of them charged towards Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. Damn it, you're looking for death. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time. He knew that Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui would not be able to hang on for too long. Just as Xiahou Shi was about to attack again, Ling Xiao did not hold back anymore. A formless condensed needle surged towards Xiahou Shi's consciousness. Ling Xiao's current mental attacks were not just condensed needles. He could also condense them into palms, fists, all sorts of shapes. Moreover, he had just broken through to a high-level mystic disciple. His consciousness had grown again. His attack range had increased from the original 5 meters to 8 meters. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to attack with condensed needles was because he did not want to assassinate Xiahou Shi. After all, killing was not allowed in this training ground. However, Ling Xiao had already set his eyes on the blood-devouring saber in Xiahou Shi's hands. He might as well snatch it. In order to prevent the incident of Lao Fanqing from happening again, he must not let others know that he was the one who snatched it. Using the condensed needle would not kill Xiahou Shi. It would only turn him into an idiot. As for the others, Ling Xiao did not plan to let them go. But before Xiahou Shi could reach Ling Xiao, He felt as if his head was being pierced by thousands of needles. It was as if his head was about to explode. He screamed. His hand loosened and the blood-devouring saber fell to the ground. He held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. This scream attracted the attention of his companions. Seeing Xiaoshi in this state, they knew that this had something to do with Ling Xiao. Run! Their leader was defeated. How could they have the strength to fight against a high-level mystic disciple? There was only one thought left in their minds. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao sneered and frowned. Next, he sent the polymerizing needles piercing towards their spiritual seas. Three screams sounded almost at the same time. Before coming to Purple Sky Sect, Ling Xiao had used his mental strength to split the beast core in order to refine a third-grade elixir. He had already mastered the basics of skill manipulation. He could divide his attention to several things at the same time and hurt the consciousness of three people at the same time. But this way, Ling Xiao's mental strength was greatly exhausted. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the high-level mystic disciple and his consciousness had expanded. Otherwise, he would have fainted immediately. It should be known that using mental strength to attack was more exhausting than using mystic force directly. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao's consciousness was big enough and his mental strength was strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do this. Take their points. Ling Xiao said to Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui with a slightly pale expression. After saying that, he ignored the two and immediately sat down to meditate to recover his mental strength. Soul-controlling art had endless uses. It was a rare mental attack secret art in the world. Its recovery ability was also extremely unique and fast. Ling Xiao only spent a little more than an hour and felt that his mental strength had recovered by more than half. When he opened his eyes, he found that Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui were staring at him with an extremely astonished expression. Ling Xiao touched his face and said very cockily, "Could it be that I have become more handsome?" "Wow, boss, you are really handsome. How did you make them lose the ability to fight?" Hua Xiaogui praised in admiration. Wu Xixue turned her pretty face slightly and did not speak. She seemed to still be a little worried. "You don't need to worship me. I am just a legend." Ling Xiao stood up and joked. Then he walked over and picked up the demonic blood-devouring saber. For a moment, an evil aura came from the saber hilt, as if it wanted to drill into Ling Xiao's body. How strange. Ling Xiao hurriedly guarded his mind and circulated his energy to resist that evil aura. This demonic blood-devouring saber was obtained by an ancestor of the Xia family when he was traveling. At that time, it was only at the low third level, but later on, the ancestor of the Xia family continuously fed it with his blood. This demonic saber can actually upgrade itself. I just didn't know that such a strange profound weapon would be passed on to Xiaoshi. Perhaps the Xia family especially valued him. After all, Xiaoshi is that ancestor's great-grandson. Wu Xixue explained to the side. It can actually upgrade itself. This is unbelievable. This was the first time that Ling Xiao had heard of a profound weapon having this kind of ability. There's nothing strange about that. It said that in ancient times, some powerful swordsmen used their own essence blood to nourish their swords. Later on, their swords reached the level of spiritual connection, becoming the legendary spiritual weapons. Wu Xixue came from a large city, so she had a certain understanding of some secrets. So that's how it is. I'll take this saber. Ling Xiao nodded and then stored the demonic blood-devouring saber into his spatial ring. I think you should return it to him. Otherwise, if the ancestor of the Xia family finds out, I'm afraid. Wu Xixue advised. Don't worry, he doesn't know I did it, Ling Xiao said. Then he walked over to Xiaoshi, who had already fainted, and found his jade tube. Then he crushed it. Ling Xiao's actions could be considered to have been benevolent. Otherwise, if he left them lying here, they would sooner or later be dismembered by spirit beasts. Let's go. I believe that their points should be enough for you to become outer disciples. Ling Xiao called out to the two of them. The two of them nodded and then followed Ling Xiao's footsteps. Not long after, a few green wind cranes appeared in the sky. The deacons had arrived. Mo could jump down from the green wind crane and check their auras. Only after discovering that they were not dead did he let out a sigh of relief. They've only fainted. Bring them back, Emoku said to the other deacons. Each of them carried one person and left. They did not know that the people they saved had all become idiots or mentally retarded. Chapter 178. In Wuming City, in a quiet and secluded mountain. In a cave, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone bed. This person was thin, his face was high, and his eyes were sunken. There was no aura around his body, and he sat quietly like a dead man. Suddenly, he slowly opened a pair of gloomy eyes, and 2 rays of light flickered with substantial energy. The demonic blade's aura is gone, the old man said in a hoarse and angry voice. Then he shot out of the cave. His speed was like a ghost, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the cave. In a majestic and unadorned courtyard, an old man in his 50s was reading a book. This person was the Xia family's current patriarch, Xianxia. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the door was blown open. Who? The old man immediately cried out in alarm. A ghostly figure stopped in front of him. When Xianxia saw who it was, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, grandfather." This person was the old man who was meditating in the cave just now. "Where did the blood-devouring demon blade go?" the old man asked. Xianxia panicked and stammered, "In the storage room." But the old man's eyes flashed with anger, and with a wave of his hand, a nearby table was immediately shattered into pieces. "How long are you going to lie to me?" the old man said darkly. Xianxia panicked and immediately knelt down to the old man, begging, "Grandfather, forgive me. I made the decision to reward it to that child Hosher. He was chosen by the Purple Sky sect to compete for outer sect disciples, so, bastard." The old man cursed again, and then glared at Xianxia. "How can you be so muddle-headed, child? Although the blood-devouring demon blade is extraordinary, those who are not dark will lose their nature if they use it, causing them to fall into the demonic path. The consequences are unimaginable. Didn't I forbid anyone from using this demon blade? Why didn't you listen? I know my mistake. I'll send someone to the Purple Sky sect to get the demon blade back." Xianxia kowtowed and said. "It's too late, I'm afraid the demon blade has already changed hands." The old man sighed heavily. "What?" Xianxia panicked even more this time. Outside the Purple Maple Valley, the 1-month trial time was up. In a campsite outside the valley, 11 deacons were waiting for the returning crowd. Behind them, there were already a few dozen people who had been rescued early on. These people were all people who had no choice but to crush the jade tube to ask for help after encountering danger that they could not resist in the Violet Maple Valley. This was also equivalent to giving up the trial ahead of time. Not long after, Lu Ji and the others walked out. Half a day later, those who had entered the valley for the trial had basically all come out. Those who hadn't come out would never come out again. After all, there were many spirit beasts in the valley, and there was no lack of poisonous spirit beasts. Some people could not avoid being poisoned. The deacons had already received the news of those people's deaths through the jade tube, so they didn't wait any longer. "Everyone, line up and come over here to register your points." Xing Zhantian shouted at everyone. All the young people took their points and walked towards the deacon. The 11 deacons were divided into 5 points, and they each checked and registered their points. In the end, the 150 people with the highest points would become Purple Sky sect disciples, and the 10 people with the highest points would become inner disciples. The young people with low points all had downcast faces and were not in high spirits. As for the young people with great gains, they all raised their heads and puffed out their chests, looking very pleased with themselves. "Wang Guixin, you killed 25 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 25 points, 5 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 500 points, 30 high-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 30 points, 3 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 300 points, and 1 mid-tier second-tier spirit herb for 300 points. That's a total of 1,155 points. And your results are not bad." One of the deacons counted a young person's points as he spoke. After that young person heard the praise, he happily walked away. Following that, another person stepped forward and opened his bag, allowing the deacon to check the contents. Bai Fuan, you killed 27 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 27 points, 2 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 200 points, 31 low-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 31 points, and 4 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 400 points. That's a total of 658 points. Tanda, you killed 40 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 40 points, 5 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 500 points, 1 mid-tier second-tier spirit beast for 300 points, 36 low-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 36 points, 6 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 600 points, and 2 mid-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 600 points. That's a total of 2,760 points. Very good. As the deacons counted, quite a few people's points were recorded. Most of the points were in the range of 1,000 to 2,000 points. Those with less than 1,000 points were basically eliminated, and those with more than 1,500 points could basically become outer disciples. Boss, let's go as well. Hua Xiaogui looked at the people being counted one by one and couldn't wait. You don't have any points, why are you going? Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. Hee, I just want to see boss in the limelight, Hua Xiaogui said while scratching her head. I think you just want to see Xiao Xue in the limelight, Ling Xiao said jokingly. Wu Xixue turned her pretty face away and didn't say anything. 3 days ago, Ling Xiao took all the points from Xiahou Shi and the others, but he didn't accept them and instead gave them to Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue. Unexpectedly, Hua Xiaogui didn't want a single point. At that time, both Ling Xiao and Wu Xixue didn't understand. In the end, after listening to Hua Xiaogui's explanation, they understood. Originally, he was an alchemist, so he didn't need to participate in the selection and could directly become an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect's refinement peak. He just wanted to join in the fun. Therefore, he didn't need any points and could also be considered an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect. Therefore, he gave all the points to Ling Xiao and Wu Xixue. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need those points. He himself had a lot, so he gave all the points he got from Xiahou Shi to Wu Xixue. Wow, that Sengu actually got 5,600 points? So scary. Yeah, looks like it's a sure thing that he'll become an inner disciple. He's worthy of being a high-level profound cultivator, amazing. Ling Xiao glanced at Sengu, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest. Looking at his arrogant look, he thought disdainfully in his heart, he still has the nerve to show off this little bit of points, really. Immediately after, another 2 young people who got high scores came. They got 3,800 points and 4,100 points respectively. These 2 people also had the strength of a high-level profound cultivator. To be able to get so many points was really within expectations. Ling Xiao, why aren't you going to count your points? A beautiful figure leisurely walked towards Ling Xiao and asked in a sweet voice. Sister Yan, seeing that you're smiling so proudly, you must have gained a lot. Ling Xiao looked at the person and said, wasn't it you Lai Yan who walked over? She was wearing a red armor, and the armor was stained with blood. She must have done a lot in the trial. I was lucky to get some points. It shouldn't be difficult to enter the sect. Yu Yan Lai lightly tapped her lips and said. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao again and revealed a surprised expression. You broke through to the high level? I was just lucky. Ling Xiao replied modestly, but in fact, his expression was very proud. How old are you this year? I just turned 18. What's wrong? Could it be that Sister Yan is interested in me? TSK, you're really abnormal. An 18-year-old high-level profound cultivator, there aren't many in the sect. Yu Lai Yan stared at Ling Xiao and said, her beautiful eyes revealing a strange expression. Sister Yan, don't stare at me like that, I'll be shy. Ling Xiao replied weakly. He didn't know if this fellow was really shy or what, but his face actually turned slightly red for the first time in a long time. You're so cute, Sister Yan likes it. Yu Lai Yan laughed happily and said, let's go and count our points together. Then, Ling Xiao waved at Wu Sixue and Hua Xiaogui and followed Yu Yanlai. At this time, it was already the end. Most of the points had been counted. Deacon Mo, help me count. Yu Lai Yen threw her bag to the ground and said to Moku. Moku nodded, but his eyes glanced at Ling Xiao before he started to count Yu Lai Yen's points. 15 low-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 1,500 points, 8 mid-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 2,400 points, 2 high-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 1,000 points, 50 high-level rank 1 spirit herbs are worth 50 points, 20 low-level rank 2 spirit herbs are worth 2,000 points, 5 mid-level rank 2 spirit herbs are worth 1,500 points, and 1 high-level rank 2 spirit herb is worth 500 points. That's a total of 8,950 points. Good, very good. Moku excitedly counted the points, and in the end he didn't hesitate to praise loudly. Almost 9,000 points. This is too abnormal. Exactly, I wonder how many people's points she robbed, otherwise how could she have so many points? It can't be, she's so pretty, how could she rob other people's points? Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is the most vicious? The surrounding youths were discussing incessantly. At this time, there was a commotion at Deacon LV's side. 13,000 points? There's actually someone with more than 10,000 points? My God, she's too powerful. Wow, isn't she that ice rose? Look at her delicate appearance. I didn't expect her to be so powerful, killing 8 high-level second-level spirit beasts. Too terrifying, she's really a genius from Ice City. Good, very good, Bing Ruoxue, looks like you'll be the first in this trial, LV Chihai praised Bing Ruoxue happily. Bing Ruoxue nodded slightly at LV Chihai, there was not a trace of excitement on her face, and then she walked to the side. Her state of mind seemed to have reached the state of not being happy with material gains, not being sad for personal gains. Chapter 179. Yu Lion curled his lips and said unhappily, if I had known this would happen, I would have killed a few more high-rank spirit beasts. This is so infuriating. Ling Xiao looked at the proud figure and tried to persuade Yu Lion, what's there to be angry about? It's fine as long as you can become an inner disciple. It's not a matter of success or failure, so you don't have to be so serious. What do you know? Yu Yanlai snorted coldly, but he still stared at Bing Ruoxue unhappily, as if he had already made her his number one enemy. At this time, Ling Xiao and Wu Sixue took out her points and counted them. In the end, she had a total of 3,700 points. This was enough for her to become an inner disciple, which made her extremely happy. Ling Xiao, thank you. Wu Sixue sincerely thanked Ling Xiao. It's nothing. You're my sister-in-law, so this is what I should do. Ling Xiao glanced at Hua Xiaogui and said to Wu Sixue, what are you talking about? Who's your sister-in-law? Seriously. Wu Sixue stomped her feet and walked away in embarrassment. Ha, little turtle, hurry up and go over. You have to do your best. Ling Xiao laughed and gave Hua Xiaogui a look. Hua Xiaogui gave Ling Xiao a grateful look and walked over with Wu Sixue, her buttocks trembling. At this time, LV Chihai walked over from the other side. He looked at Ling Xiao and asked Moku, brother, what's the result? Did this kid get 3,000 points? Not yet, but we'll know soon, Moku replied. He then shouted at Ling Xiao, hurry up and take out your points to count. Let me do it. You guys just watch from the side. No one is allowed to deny the loss, Xianxia said as he walked over. Ling Xiao listened to the three of them and was a little confused. Did they make a bet? Ling Xiao, hand over your share, said Xianxia to Ling Xiao. Oh, Ling Xiao answered, then threw a parcel on the ground and opened it. 25 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts are worth 25 points, 3 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 300 points, 33 high-tier first-tier spirit grasses are worth 33 points, 2 low-tier second-tier spirit grasses are worth 200 points, for a total of 558 points, Xianxia reported. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, LV Chihai burst into laughter. Ha! Ha! Brother Mo, look. This is the inner disciple that you thought highly of. but he didn't even get 1,000 points. He doesn't even have the qualifications to become an outer disciple. I'm dying of laughter. Hurry up and take out the white jasmine vine. LV Chihai was very pleased with himself. Previously he had made a bet with Moku. If Ling Xiao could become an inner disciple, then he would lose a blazing serpent grass to Moku. If Ling Xiao could not become an inner disciple, then Moku would lose a white jasmine vine to him. But now, Ling Xiao had not even brought out 1,000 points. It was obvious that he did not even have the qualifications to become an outer disciple. Moku was furious. He glared at Ling Xiao with eyes that were about to spit fire. This is only a portion of the points. There's still more. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before moving over 4 more parcels and placing them in front of Xing Zhantian. This time, LV Chihai's laughter stopped. Xing Zhantian opened one of the parcels and started counting. Killing 70 high-tier first-stage spirit beasts is worth 70 points. Killing 12 low-tier second-stage spirit beasts is worth 1,200 points. Killing 2 mid-tier second-stage spirit beasts is worth 600 points. Obtaining 40 stalks of first-stage spirit herbs is worth 40 points. In total, 4,810 points. Killed 32 high-tier rank 1 spirit beasts for 32 points. Killed 5 low-tier rank 2 spirit beasts for 2,902 points. Total, 2,902 points. After opening 3 more parcels, Ling Xiao's points had already reached 8,270 points. This time, not only were the deacons stunned, but the surrounding younger generation who were looking at the points were also stunned. They all stared blankly at the 2 parcels that had not been opened. It was likely that over 10,000 points was already a matter of time. Alright, Deacon LV, don't forget to give me my blazing serpent grass. Moku let out a sigh of relief and smiled at LV Chihai. Just now, he had almost wanted to hack Ling Xiao into pieces. He thought that Ling Xiao would only obtain a few hundred points. Not only would he lose the bet, but he would also be scolded by the young miss. If that happened, his position as an inner deacon would be far away. Luckily, this brat did not disappoint him, nor did he disappoint the young miss. Xing Zhantian cast an appreciative glance at Ling Xiao, who had a faint smile on his face. Then he opened the largest package. 25 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 2,500 points. 20 mid-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 6,000 points. 13 high-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 6,500 points. That's a total of 15,000 points. The more Xing Zhantian spoke, the louder he became. This parcel was filled with rank 2 spirit beast points. This was too extravagant. Just this parcel alone had more points than Bing Ruoshui's 13,000 points. The surrounding young disciples looked at Ling Xiao with even more respect. This guy is even more abnormal. He actually has more than 20,000 points. Heavens, the second place has more than 10,000 points less than him. He's simply not human. Isn't that so? So this guy is the strongest among us. I really don't know how he did it. Even a team of 2 high-tier mystic cultivators might not be able to obtain as many points as him. LV Chihai's face was burning. It was fine if he lost the bet. After all, he had Bing Ruoshui, who had more than 10,000 points, on his side. As long as he reported this to the sect, he could possibly obtain the position of an inner deacon. If an outer sect deacon wanted to enter the inner sect, it would depend on who had contributed the most to the sect, and the ranking in the disciple selection also represented their judgment. Whoever picked the strongest disciples, or became the most inner sect disciples, then their contribution would be the greatest, and they would naturally become an inner sect deacon. Now that Ling Xiao had so many points, he had undoubtedly become the most dazzling new star. This also reflected Moku's accurate judgment, as he had chosen such an outstanding disciple for the sect. Because of Ling Xiao's appearance, his position as an inner deacon had been ruined. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Ling Xiao, however, did not know about this. He did not think that he would offend someone in order to obtain the highest points. If he knew, he would probably cry out, "Injustice, even more injustice than Doi." Xianxia then opened Ling Zhao's last parcel, which was also the smallest parcel. It was filled with spirit herbs. There were more than 100 stalks of rank 1 to rank 2 spirit beasts, and he had obtained a total of 7,350 points. In the end, Ling Zhao had obtained a total of 30,620 points. As soon as this number was calculated, it caused another uproar. Boss is truly worthy of being my boss. Too amazing! Hua Xiaogui was full of praise for Ling Zhao. At the same time, he was proud of Ling Zhao's points, as if Ling Zhao's glory was his glory. Wu Xixue unhappily patted the back of Hua Xiaogui's head and said, "If you were even half as amazing as Ling Zhao, then I would consider being together with you." Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui's face drooped like a deflated balloon. "Little Shui, I'm a noble alchemist. There will be many martial artists following me in the future, so my future won't be much worse than bosses. Then wait until you become a rank 3 alchemist before you chase me," Wu Xixue lightly said. "Really? Then just you wait, I'll definitely become a rank 3 alchemist." Hua Xiaogui couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Of course, but there's a time limit. 3 years. If you can't reach it in 3 years, then don't blame me." Wu Xixue raised 3 fingers. "All right, it's a deal." With Ling Zhao obtaining first place with the highest number of points, the first round of selection came to an end. "All right, the first round of selection is over. Everyone return to the sect and wait for the second round of selection," Xianxia announced before leading a group of attendants on their green-winged cranes back to the sect. All of the youths once again rushed back to the Purple Sky sect. However, more than half of them had already lost interest, as they had already chosen to participate in the second round of selection. On the way back, Yu Yanlai joined Ling Zhao's group of 3. Her enchanting eyes constantly glanced at Ling Zhao, and her body was extremely close to him, causing Ling Zhao's mind to ripple. Wu Xixue jealously cursed in her heart, "What a coquettish vixen!" Half a day later, everyone once again returned to the Purple Sky sect. At this moment, there were only 150 people left waiting for the second round of selection to begin. Before the second round began, everyone had a day to rest. Ling Zhao returned to his residence, and Hua Xiaogui followed him. "Boss, thank you," Hua Xiaogui said very sincerely to Ling Zhao. "Thank you for what?" Ling Zhao asked. Hua Xiaogui laughed lightly. "If it weren't for you, Little Snow wouldn't have given me this chance. Little Snow promised me that as long as I can become a 3rd-rank alchemist in 3 years, she'll agree to be with me." "You brat, what does that have to do with me? That's something you fought for yourself. But to become a 3rd-rank alchemist in 3 years, that seems a bit difficult." Ling Zhao replied. "No matter what, I'll definitely work hard. I believe I'll definitely succeed," Hua Xiaogui said very firmly. Ling Zhao inwardly exclaimed, "Love is blind, but the power of love is great." "Little turtle, if you really want to become a 3rd-rank alchemist, then your martial arts must also improve, otherwise you can't condense a 3rd-rank alchemist," Ling Zhao reminded. He knew how much energy was needed to refine a 3rd-rank alchemist. If Hua Xiaogui didn't reach the realm of a middle-stage mystic practitioner in these 3 years, it was almost impossible to try to refine a 3rd-rank alchemist. Hua Xiaogui looked at Ling Zhao in surprise and said, "Boss, you also know alchemy?" Ling Zhao smiled and replied, "I know a little." "Keep bragging," Hua Xiaogui said in disbelief, and then said, "Boss, you're right. My old man said that if I want to become a real alchemist, I must reach the mystic practitioner level, transform the fire attribute, and then use my own control of fire to better refine alchemy. But my cultivation of Tenbin is only average. What can I do?" "Don't be discouraged. The bridge will be the boat straight. The boss won't leave you alone. Don't worry, your wish will definitely come true." Ling Zhao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and comforted. Chapter 180. In front of a quiet and secluded courtyard in the Purple Sky sect, a young girl wearing light muslin and satin held a blue soft sword in her hand, continuously waving it. She was like a dancing fairy, appearing extremely agile and beautiful. The shadow of the sword rippled like water. Those ripples seemed to have substance, making a series of xiao sounds as if the air was being cut open, crisscrossing with cracks. After a round of sword dance, she gracefully landed on the white cobblestone with her smooth jade-like feet. She stroked the blade with one hand, her eyes filled with longing and tenderness. She murmured, "You will definitely pass the trial, right?" At this time, light footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard. "Miss Emoku is back." Emoku knelt on one knee outside the courtyard and called out softly. Let's talk business," the young girl responded indifferently. Yes, Ling Xiao obtained first place in the trial. He obtained over 30,000 points, setting a new record for our sect's trial points, respectfully reported Emoku from outside the courtyard. I understand, you can leave first," the young girl responded softly, then thought of something and said, "You just wait to become an inner court deacon." "Thank you, miss." Emoku was overjoyed, immediately knelt down again to thank her, then turned and left. The young girl in the courtyard had a faint smile on her face as she murmured, "You really didn't disappoint me." This smile was truly beautiful beyond compare. Even the flowers that were blooming at the side would pale in comparison. Honestly speaking, why did Ling Xiao act so ostentatiously when he just arrived at the Purple Sky sect? Of course he had his own reasons and goals. If he wanted to receive the attention of the Purple Sky sect, then he had to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Purple Sky sect. As long as he quickly stood firm, he could meet the beautiful figure that he longed for as soon as possible. It was said that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. However, without a fine steel drill, one wouldn't be able to do porcelain work. Ling Xiao had the experience of 2 lives. He knew that some things had to be done. He had to have a courageous, diligent, and fearless heart. Only then would he be able to go straight to his heart, and only then would his cultivation and temperament be even more resolute. What's more, Ling Xiao didn't want to get so many points anyway. He had no time to spare. There were 3 bags of points that had been given to him by those conceited fellows. It would be a waste not to take them. As for the bag of spirit beasts heads of rank 2 and above and the bag of spirit herbs, they were the true points that he had obtained. Of course, he still had a purple gold flower and a bull tendon vine. If he took them out, he was afraid that everyone would go crazy. Of course, Ling Xiao would not reveal such a precious spiritual grass, lest he invite unnecessary trouble. On that day, the second round of the election began. Although 150 outer court disciples remained after the first round and 10 inner court disciples were selected, it didn't mean that the number of inner court disciples was decided so hastily. The second round of selection was very simple. It only tested the attributes and purity of the candidates. Any martial artist's attribute martial value would represent how far they could go in the future. In addition to the 10 people who obtained the highest points, in the second round of selection, if there was an individual with a high purity attribute, they would also gain the favor of an elder and become an inner disciple. The 150 new disciples all gathered at the training field of the Purple Sky House. This was the largest training field of the Purple Sky sect, occupying almost half of the mountain peak. The field was paved with exceptionally smooth marble, and there were several rows of weapon racks placed around it. There were also a few war drums beside it, appearing extremely solemn and austere. At this moment, on the high platform sat the leaders of the 9 peaks. They all had serious expressions on their faces. Next to them were a few elders of the same generation who were also participating in the ceremony. Up there, the most eye-catching person was not the Purple Sky House's headmaster, nor was it the peak lord of the other peaks. Instead, it was the figure sitting next to the headmaster. Her face was covered with a veil, and she wore a light blue dress. A faint immortal aura coiled around her body, causing her to seem ethereal, divine, and inviolable. Even though Xianxia hadn't seen her face, he could tell from her graceful figure that she was absolutely a peerlessly beautiful woman. The new female outer court disciples all seemed to have lost their brilliance at this moment. They didn't even have the right to compete with her. Only Bing Ruoxue, Yu Yanlai, and Wu Sixue could compete with her, but anyone with a discerning eye would know that they were still inferior. The main thing was that their temperament was far from being as easy to sink into as the woman sitting there. Ling Xiao looked at the sacred and inviolable figure, and his body trembled slightly. His tiger-like eyes revealed an infinite gentleness. Is she the her you are talking about? Wu Sishue's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. That's right. My biggest goal in coming to the Purple Sky House is to fulfill my promise with her. Wu Sishue looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression, then smiled and said, Then I wish you success. At this moment, Wu Sishue finally put down the grudge in her heart. From the moment she saw Yun Mingqi, an uncontrollable sense of inferiority began to grow in her heart. Indeed, she wasn't on the same level as Yun Mingqi. No wonder Ling Xiao rejected her. Perhaps only an outstanding man like Ling Xiao was worthy of her. Yes, she's mine. No one can take her away from me. Ling Xiao said with great confidence. He had come all the way to the Purple Sky House, so he naturally wouldn't let her slip through his fingers. Yun Mingqi seemed to sense Ling Xiao's scorching gaze and couldn't help but look in his direction. The corners of her lips curled up slightly under her veil, and her heart rippled with a sweet feeling. On the viewing platform, Xianxia walked out with a dragon-like gait and announced to the crowd in a clear voice, The second round of selection will begin next. When your names are called, come up and test your mystic purity. Regardless of your score in the Purple Maple Valley, as long as your purity reaches 70%, you can become an inner court disciple. As soon as Xianxia said this, the disciples below were in an uproar. They seemed to see the hope of becoming an inner court disciple again. Alright, all of you calm down. Next, the sect master will give you some instructions. After saying that, Xianxia bowed toward the viewing platform before leaving. The Purple Sky Sect's sect master, Yun Xiong, looked extremely refined and handsome. He slowly walked out with his hands clasped behind his back, and a formless aura enveloped the crowd of disciples. Everyone held their breaths, and no one dared to make a sound. They felt as if their throats were stuck, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You are all elites from your respective cities, and you all have your own pride and arrogance. However, now that you have become a member of our Purple Sky Sect, whatever you do in the future will represent our Purple Sky Sect's honor and image. Therefore, in the future, you must be careful and cautious. You must not do anything that will bring shame to the sect, or else. Yun Xiongfeng briefly explained the sect's principles. To be able to become a member of the sect is your honor, as well as the sect's honor. I hope that you can discard all distracting thoughts and focus on your cultivation, so that you can become pillars of our sect as soon as possible and make even greater contributions to our sect. Now, let the test begin. Yun Xiong didn't say much, but each sentence was deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd. It wasn't because his words were inspiring, but because they seemed to be directly imprinted in their hearts, and they couldn't help but remember them. It was clear that the Purple Sky Sect's sect master's strength was truly unfathomable. How terrifying! He's so much stronger than the patriarch. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Xiong and secretly thought to himself. Yun Xiong retreated back to his seat, and an attendant carried a large square platform over. The square platform was about 1 meter wide, and it shone brightly. It was surrounded by a faint multicolored halo, making it look extremely magical and beautiful. There were 9 mysterious lines on the square platform, and it seemed as if each line represented a certain meaning. Xianxia walked out and said, Next, let's call your name and take the test. You just need to press your handprint on the platform. So it's that simple. Great, great, it's very similar to the testing stone in the family. That's right. With my tenbin, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 70%. If it was so easy to reach 70%, then the inner sect disciples would be overcrowded. Don't hurt my confidence, okay? When I become an inner sect disciple, I'll protect you. You protect me, so why don't I protect you? The youths below the platform were whispering to each other, and their expressions were beaming with joy. They all felt that this test was too easy to pass. In reality, they didn't know that everyone was born with a mixture of attributes. Only a certain attribute would be relatively prominent, and once they broke through to the mystic night realm, they would be able to distinguish their own attribute. Only martial artists with a higher attribute purity would be able to advance faster and walk further on the path of cultivation. The higher one's attribute purity was, the more advantageous they would be in cultivating that attribute. As long as their comprehension wasn't too bad, they would be much stronger than ordinary people. This referred to the individual's Tenbin index. Tandao, come up. Xianxia began to call out people. A strong young man walked up with steady steps. Press your hand here, Xianxia said as he pointed at the center of the square platform. Tandao took a deep breath and pressed his hand down. The veined patterns on the square platform began to change, and the fiery red veined patterns continued to rise until they reached a certain level before stopping. Fire attribute constitution, 52% purity. That's enough, you can go down, Xianxia said as he glanced at the square platform. Tanda's expression became gloomy when he heard the announcement, and he walked back. Dong Shuhua, come up. Would attribute constitution, 48% purity. Yu Meng Meng. Xianxia called out people one by one, and soon there were 30 or 40 people whose attributes were between 40% and 60%. Not a single one had reached 70%. Next, Wu Xixue, come up. Soon, it was Wu Xixue's turn, and she walked up nervously. Chapter 181. Xiao Shui, you can do it. Hua Xiaogui cheered Wu Xixue on. Wu Xixue turned around and glanced at him. She smiled at him, nodded slightly, and walked up to him. This time, Hua Xiaogui fainted from Wu Xixue's gaze. Oh, Xiao Shui smiled at me, am I dreaming? Hua Xiaogui kept shaking Ling Zhao's hand and said, her face full of joy. Is that all you've got? I already said that Xiao Shui will be yours in the future. Not only will she smile at you, but she'll also love you. Ling Xiao lightly patted the aroused Hua Xiaogui. He couldn't help but feel that Hua Xiaogui was really stupid. She had only smiled at him and she had already fallen head over heels for him. Ling Xiao thought back to the scene of him and Yun Mingqi in the abyss and couldn't help but look at the person on the viewing platform. Mingqi, just you wait. Before long, I'll definitely openly ask the sect master for her hand in marriage. Water attribute, 67% purity. It's a pity you're just a bit off, but don't worry. Your points are already in the top 10, so you're still an inner disciple. Xianxia looked at Wu Xixue. Wu Xixue nodded at Xianxia and then walked back. On the viewing platform, the pavilion master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, Wen Haiyan, said, this child belongs to our Jade Spring Pavilion. The Peak Lord of Blackrock Peak, Gushi, left. This child belongs to the water attribute, so she's naturally your junior apprentice sister's disciple. But I wonder if there are any good earth attribute disciples? Every time, I always have the least number of disciples. Fourth brother, don't sigh. You already have many earth attribute disciples, especially that child Tianho. I'm sure he'll become a true disciple soon. When Haiyan laughed. Tianho, that child, Tianbin, isn't bad. It's just a pity that his comprehension ability is a bit low. Otherwise, he would have long since become a true disciple. When he mentioned Shi Tianho, a benevolent smile appeared on Gu Shi's face. Below the viewing platform, another 10 or so people were quickly picked. Still, not a single one had surpassed the 70% purity gap. Senj, please come up. Xianxia called another person. This young man was one of the people who came to Purple Heaven City with Ling Xiao. This person also got one of the top 10 points. A 22-year-old high-level mystic cultivator, Tianbin should not be low. As expected, the moment he placed his hand on the stone platform, the purity of the two attributes quickly soared. As expected, the moment he placed his hand on the stone platform, the purity of the two attributes soared. Metal and wood attribute constitution. Metal attribute 30%. Wood attribute 75%. Xianxia looked at the patterns on the square platform and read them out. There's finally a good disciple from our Wood Flag Peak. Mu Huai, the peak master of Wood Flag Peak, shouted happily from the viewing platform. The auxiliary attribute is the metal attribute, which just makes, is to the metal attribute to the wood attribute, and the mu has the wood attribute. Just Yunxiong. Yes, sect master. Mu Huai will definitely make him a true disciple as soon as possible, Mu Huai replied happily. Senjitai walked back with an arrogant look on his face. He was the one with the highest purity in the test. Then, another group of people went up. Among this group of people, there were two people whose attributes had basically reached 70%. One of them was a metal attribute and the other was an earth attribute. Among these two people, there was a 17-year-old low-level mystic cultivator. His points did not reach the top 10. He could only be an outer sect disciple, but now he was promoted to an inner sect disciple. This made him extremely happy. Bing Ruishui, come up. Xing Zhantian called another person's name. A beautiful figure leisurely walked up, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Hey, this child should be good in Tenbin. She looks like she's only 18 or 19, but she's already a high-level mystic cultivator. When Haiyan exclaimed from the viewing platform, I know this child's information. She should be from Ice City. Junior sister, you've got another good disciple. Your Jade Spring Pavilion has gained a lot this time. Su Jiannan, the Peak Lord of Golden Tree Peak, said faintly. One of the 5 great cities, Ice City. No wonder. She should be from the same family as a female disciple from my peak. Tenbin shouldn't be weak. When Haiyan was slightly surprised. Water attribute, ice attribute, constitution, attribute purity 88%. Her future is limitless. Xing Zhantian read out in shock. Those whose attribute purity exceeded 70% would have a chance to step into the king level in the future. Those whose attributes exceeded 80% would definitely not have a problem on the king level. As for the Earth Sovereign level, that would depend on her luck. Even so, Bing Ruishui was enough to cause a stir. 188%. Good, very good. When Haiyan exclaimed from the viewing platform, it was as if she couldn't wait to go down and call Bing Ruishui over. Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations, junior sister. Many elders on the viewing platform congratulated Wen Haiyan. As long as Bing Ruishui joined Wen Haiyan, she would definitely shine in the future. At that time, the status of the Jade Spring Pavilion would also change. Therefore, the elders were both envious and jealous of Wen Haiyan. Junior sister, let me have this child, said Yunxiong. For a moment, all the elders' gazes fell on Yunxiong. Sect leader, you want to take her as a disciple? When Haiyan asked in disbelief. Yes, I have very few disciples. I believe junior sister won't fight with me over her, right? Yunxiong replied. When Haiyan was speechless, and the other elders didn't dare to say anything. After all, Yunxiong was the sect leader and had a supreme position in the sect. Furthermore, Yunxiong was a dual attribute of water and earth. Water was his main attribute, so he was completely qualified to teach Bing Ruishui. If Bing Ruishui had been of another attribute, Yunxiong naturally wouldn't have made such a request. However, it was rare to meet such a good disciple like Tenbin. It would be a lie if he wasn't tempted. Furthermore, as the sect leader, Yunxiong accepted very few disciples each time. It could be said that he had one of the peaks with the fewest disciples. Therefore, when he spoke, very few people dared to resist. The number of disciples below the viewing platform had already decreased by more than half, and there were only a few whose attribute purity was above 70%. Towards the end, 2 more disciples with 70% purity appeared. Scarlet Flame Peak obtained 1, and Black Rock Peak obtained another. When it was Yu Yenlie's turn, her fire attribute purity reached 82%. Once again, she stunned the crowd and successfully became a disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak. Seeing all the people in the limelight, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was he always the last one? Could it be that the main characters are usually the last to appear? Ling Xiao was right. He was actually the last one to be called. He had waited so long that he wanted to doze off. Ling Xiao, come up. Xing Zhantian called out. He's the disciple who obtained first place in this year's ranking, Ling Xiao? Yunxiong softly asked Ling Xiao. This Tenbin kid should be pretty good as well. He's already a high-level mystic cultivator, but I don't know what element he has, said Su Jiannan. He was thinking to himself, I hope this kid has the metal element. I'm guessing he has the wood element, said Mu Huai from the side. If you say so, then so be it. We'll know soon enough, laughed Gushi from the side. He has many elements. Yun Mingqi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. For a moment, all the elders looked at Yun Mingqi in confusion. Ling Xiao arrived on the platform and bowed to Xianxia. Then he placed his hand on the platform. Suddenly, a line of golden xian lines shot up from the platform. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed towards the peak. For a moment, the platform was filled with dazzling golden light. Xianxia was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't speak for a moment. On the viewing platform, Su Jiannan immediately stood up. Metal element. It really is the metal element. The purity is so high. That's great. Just as Xianxia was about to take a closer look at how high the purity of the element was, something strange happened. The lines on the platform actually began to shoot up, and the entire platform was immediately surrounded by a multicolored light. What's going on? What kind of element is it? It can't be that he has many elements, but it shouldn't be emitting such a dazzling light. As expected of the first place in the trial. Even when testing his element, he can cause such a huge commotion. He's really abnormal. Little Shui, what do you think boss's element is? Hua Xiaogui asked Wu Sishue. Didn't he use metal xian energy before? I think it should be the metal element, Wu Sishue replied. Oh, that might be the case. But how can boss create so many colors? It's really beautiful, Hua Xiaogui said in confusion. At this time, all the elders on the viewing platform were alarmed by this strange scene and stood up. Several figures rushed towards the platform without any regard for their image. At this time, Ling Xiao retracted his hand and asked, Executor Xing, can you read the purity of my element now? I didn't see it clearly just now. Why don't you try again? Xianxia said with some embarrassment. At this time, Su Jiannan, Zhao Mingyuan, Mu Huai, and Wen Haiyan had all arrived at the side of the platform. Su Jiannan impatiently said, Quickly put your hand on it. The elders on the side all held their breaths and looked at Ling Xiao with strong curiosity. Yun Xiong, who was on the viewing platform, also wanted to go down and take a look, but because of his status, he didn't do so. He only asked Yun Mingqi, who was beside him, Xiao Qi, how did you know? Back then I fell into the abyss with him. He saved my life, Yun Mingqi replied indifferently. So that's how it is. Yun Xiong looked at Yun Mingqi meaningfully before looking back at the platform. Ling Xiao obediently put his hand on the platform, and the strange scene from just now reappeared. Metal element 100. 90%. That's great, you're a disciple of my golden tree peak. Su Jiannan earnestly looked at the golden pattern and exclaimed. No, it's fire element, 92%. You're my Crimson Peak's disciple. Zhao Mingyuan stared at the fiery red pattern. Ice element, 92%. This is too inconceivable, Wen Haiyan muttered with her beautiful eyes wide open. Mu Huai, who was beside her, was even more exaggerated. His old eyes were actually filled with tears as he said, Wood element, 100%. From now on, you're my, Mu Huai's, direct disciple. If anyone tries to snatch it from me, I'll fight them to the death. This time, the entire platform was in chaos. Chapter 182. What kind of concept was an attribute purity of more than 90%? This meant that as long as Ling Xiao was provided with enough resources, he would definitely have a chance to reach the Earth Sovereign level. It was no wonder that the elders had lost their composure. However, 90% purity wasn't the highest. There was actually a wood element purity of 100%. This was simply inconceivable. Mu Huai's words gave Ling Xiao a fright. He had always known about the other attributes, but he didn't know that he possessed the wood element. The metal element was the attribute that his body possessed, and the fire, ice, and wind attributes were the result of cultivating the three-part returning energy. Ling Xiao had always used these four attributes. Now that he had broken through and gained another attribute, he was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be because of the 10,000-year tree's milk? That's impossible. Right, it must be because of old Lu. He was originally a tree spirit, and now he resides in my consciousness. That's why I'm also tainted with his wood element. Ling Xiao pondered and finally concluded that it was definitely because of Lu Weng that he possessed the wood element. There's another attribute that's also at 100%. Xianxia exclaimed. At this time, Yun Xiong and the other elders could no longer sit still. They all rushed over to the square platform. Boss, what's going on? It actually alarmed all the elders. Hua Xiaogui cried out in puzzlement. I don't know. It seems like he possesses many attributes, Wu Sixue replied. This fellow really makes people curious. Not far away, Yu Laiyan tapped her jade lips, her beautiful eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor as she muttered. On the other side, the snow-white figure that no one approached also had a puzzled expression in her beautiful eyes. This is the wind attribute, but it's also at 100% purity. What's going on? Yun Xiong looked at a gray pattern in puzzlement. I don't care. This kid belongs to our flag peak, Mu Huai said confidently. A 100% wood element. As long as he was properly nurtured, his wood flag peak would definitely rise above the other peaks in the future. He has the metal element. He should belong to our golden tree peak, Su Jiannan said bluntly. He also has the fire attribute. Our red flag peak also wants him, said Zhao Mingyuan, not to be outdone. Boy, our blue sea pavilion is basically full of first-class beauties. Why don't you join our blue sea pavilion? I will definitely try my best to cultivate you. When Haiyan was even more direct, using seduction on Ling Xiao. No, his wood element is the highest, so he should belong to our wooden flag peak. The elders kept arguing. All of them wanted to make Ling Xiao their disciple. As a result, Xing Zhantian and Ling Xiao did not know what to do. That's enough. What's the point of making a ruckus in front of everyone? We'll discuss this further in the main hall. Enforcer Xing, you go ahead and make arrangements for the other disciples, snorted Yun Xiong. For a moment, all the elders shut their mouths. Xing Zhantian bowed to Yun Xiong and then continued with his work. He arranged for the 10 or so inner sect disciples to go to the various peaks and made arrangements and instructions for the rest. Yun Xiong and a group of elders returned to the main hall of the sect. Ling Xiao was directly brought in by Mu Huai. It seemed that he was determined to have Ling Xiao belong to his peak. Everyone took their seats. Only Ling Xiao stood alone in the center of the main hall. All right, let's start discussing whose peak Ling Xiao belongs to, said Yun Xiong. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders began to fight again. Everyone wanted to have Ling Xiao. Sect Master, please be the judge. In the past, whichever disciple's elemental purity was higher, that disciple would belong to that sect. Now that this kid's wood elemental purity has reached 100%, he should belong to our wood flag peak. Sect Master, please make a decision for me. Mu Huai wiped away tears of grievance as he spoke to Yun Xiong. Even so, his metal attribute has reached 90%. As long as he cultivates my Golden Dipper mysterious art, he will definitely be able to break through to the Earth Emperor realm in the future. 100 years later, our sect will have an Earth Emperor expert. At that time, becoming a 7th grade sect will not be a problem. Sect Master, let him become my disciple. I will definitely teach him with all my heart, said Su Jiannan. Senior brother Nan, your Golden Dipper mysterious art is not complete, and although my Scarlet Arcane art is a bit lower in rank, it is very complete. It should only be a matter of time before he breaks through to the Earth's sovereign realm. Moreover, I also have the Fire Lotus altar for him to cultivate, so my Scarlet Flame flag is the most suitable for him, said Zhao Mingyuan. When Haiyan wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she didn't say anything. At this time, Yun Mingqi opened her mouth and said, "Why don't we let him choose for himself?" Hearing this clear and melodious voice, Ling Xiao didn't avoid looking at Yun Mingqi, and his eyes revealed infinite tenderness. That's fine. Ling Xiao, you have multiple attributes, and now all the elders want to take you as a disciple. You can think about it yourself. This is the Peak Lord of Golden Tree Peak, Elder Su, who specializes in the metal attribute. This is the Peak Lord of Scarlet Flame Peak, Elder Zhao, who specializes in the fire attribute. This is the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak, Elder Mu, who specializes in the wood attribute. And this is the Pavilion Master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, Elder Wen, who specializes in the water attribute. Yun Xiong introduced them one by one to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also bowed to each of the elders. In his heart, he proudly exclaimed, "I didn't think that this young master would also become a popular commodity." Oh right, you can also choose to become this sect master's disciple. This sect master specializes in the water attribute, added Yun Xiong. For a moment, all the elders looked at Yun Xiong. Yun Xiong laughed, "Don't look at me like that. Everyone loves talent. No matter which peak he chooses, I'll support it. In any case, it'll be the fortune of our sect." Ling Xiao glanced at Yun Xiong, then glanced at Yun Mingqi, and began to ponder. Everyone in the main hall grew quiet. Only the elders of Medicine Peak, Tool Refining Peak, and the Beast region didn't care. After all, the disciples they wanted to choose weren't chosen based on the purity of their attributes. After a while, Ling Xiao finally spoke. For a moment, all the elders began to grow nervous. "Sect Master, can I not choose?" Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Yun Xiong. "What? You can't? You definitely have to make a choice. You're already an inner disciple of our Purple Sky sect. Don't tell me you still want to betray the sect?" "No, that's not what I meant." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "Then what do you mean?" asked Yun Xiong. "I feel like there's no need for all the elders to make such a big fuss over a brat like me. This will hurt the harmony between us, and I feel extremely apologetic. I want to choose another peak. Is that all right?" Ling Xiao spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, seeming to show that he was very considerate of the elders. When Yun Mingqi heard Ling Xiao's words, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. What kind of scheme is he planning? Could it be that you want to cultivate the wind attribute? But none of the elders have a wind attribute. In the entire sect, only one of the previous generation's elders had a wind attribute. But he's already gone out adventuring, so I'm afraid you're not fated, guessed Yun Xiong. Brat, you have a 100% wood attribute purity. Choosing my wood flag peak will allow you to reach the peak of martial arts faster. Don't worry about what other people think, anxiously said Mu Huai. Choosing my golden tree peak is the wisest choice. My scarlet fire peak is the best choice for you. Elders, please listen to me. I'm actually an alchemist. Ling Xiao had no choice but to make things clear. You're an alchemist? All the elders cried out. Even Yun Xiong's expression changed slightly. That's right. I'm a second-rank alchemist, so I want to become a disciple of Medicine Peak. Is that all right? Ling Xiao asked Yun Xiong. Impossible. How can you be a second-rank alchemist at such a young age? Medicine Peak's Peak Lord, Nangong Changle, was the first to speak. Elder. Ling Xiao bowed to the old man and asked. I am Medicine Peak's Peak Lord, replied Nangong Changle. So it's Master. Ling Xiao immediately bowed to Nangong Changle. Hold on. In this batch of disciples, I only know a brat who's a first-rank alchemist. I think he's called Hua Xiaog. I've already arranged for him to be my disciple. I've never heard of anyone else who's an alchemist, Nangong Changle said solemnly. Although Ling Zhao's various attributes were very pure, which meant that cultivating Tenbin was extraordinary, Nangong Changle did not think that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, let alone a second-rank alchemist. This was simply unreasonable. In order to become an alchemist, one had to first understand the various characteristics of spirit herbs and possess the fire attribute. Most importantly, one had to know how to refine pills. The first two conditions were met by many people, but the last condition was met by very few people. Alchemists paid particular attention to refining Tenbin, and one's temperament had to be steady and firm. No matter how Nangong Changle looked at Ling Xiao, he did not think that Ling Xiao was an alchemist. In order to become an alchemist, One's cultivation speed would be affected, which would slow down one's advancement. Now that Ling Xiao was already a high-level mystic cultivator at such a young age, it could be seen that he spent most of his time on cultivation. Thus, he concluded that Ling Xiao was lying. This was not the first time that Ling Xiao had been doubted. He smiled at Nangong Changle and said, "If Master doesn't believe me, you can prepare a set of spirit herbs for the muscle-growing pill. I'll refine one for the elders on the spot. How about it?" Nangong Changle looked at the confident Ling Xiao and couldn't help but think, could this kid really be an alchemist? That's impossible. Nangong Changle did not reject Ling Xiao's request. He ordered a deacon to bring over a set of spirit herbs and a cauldron for the muscle-growing pill. Yun Mingqi, who was sitting on the upper seat, was increasingly unable to understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. She originally thought that Ling Xiao would choose to become her father Yun Xiong's disciple. She didn't expect him to choose Medicine Peak and even say that he was an alchemist. What is this guy doing? He only has low-grade pills like the dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill. How could he be an alchemist? Yun Mingqi thought back to when the two of them were injured in the abyss and Ling Xiao only had low-grade pills. If Ling Xiao was a second-grade alchemist, he definitely wouldn't only have these two low-grade pills. Everyone was filled with doubt towards Ling Xiao's actions. No one believed that he was really a second-grade alchemist. However, Ling Xiao would soon let them know that their thoughts were wrong. Chapter 183. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, a group of elders were sitting upright and still. All of their gazes were focused on the figure standing in the middle of the hall, as straight as a spear. Under Nangong Changle's orders, a medicinal cauldron was quickly brought up, as well as the spiritual herbs required to refine the muscle growth pill. Like the dew-returning pill, qi-nourishing pill, muscle growth pill, many people knew of these common pill formulas, but not many people could refine them. Alright, now that everything is here, let us see your strength as a second-grade alchemist. If you truly reach the second grade, this old man will accept you as my disciple, Nangong Changle said as he stroked his beard. The expressions of the other elders weren't very good. It was as if they didn't want Ling Xiao to truly be an alchemist. Although alchemists were extremely respected in the eyes of everyone, only the strongest cultivators were the true rulers of this continent. Unless Ling Xiao was able to become a 4th or 5th grade alchemist in the future, he definitely wouldn't be able to compare to an Earth sovereign. Then this brat will have the guts to embarrass himself in front of the sect master and the elders. Ling Xiao bowed towards the crowd, then glanced at Yun Mingqi. Faintly smiling at her, he began to refine the pill. Ling Xiao was already a 3rd grade alchemist, but he still couldn't announce his status for now. Otherwise, it would be too shocking. First, he would let them know that he was a 2nd grade alchemist. With his age, he believed that it would be enough to attract their attention. A spiritual herb was picked up by Ling Xiao and thrown into the medicinal cauldron. A small flame quickly ignited. When an expert made a move, it would be obvious. Nangong Changle's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed slightly. The others also focused their attention on Ling Xiao. The spiritual herb that fell into the medicinal cauldron instantly withered, and a few drops of its medicinal essence were extracted. Ling Xiao's movements didn't stop, and the spiritual herbs on the table were thrown into the medicinal cauldron one after another. Very quickly, the entire hall was filled with the medicinal smell of the spiritual herbs. "Old man Nangong, this kid is really an alchemist," said the Peak Lord of the Crafting Peak, Yan Zhen, who had the best relationship with Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle heavily nodded his head and replied, "Just by looking at his skillful control of fire, he is definitely not someone an ordinary 1st-grade alchemist can compare to. How old is this kid? Even if he hasn't reached the 2nd grade, I still have to take him in. His alchemy tenbin is probably a bit higher than mine. When I was his age, I barely reached the 1st grade." All the elders looked at Ling Xiao, who was refining pills, with complicated expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. An hour later, as Ling Xiao's palms pressed down, he shouted, "Condense!" The muffled sound of the medicine cauldron setting off was extremely ear-piercing and loud in the silent hall. "Phew, the pills are done. Elders, please have a look. Ling Xiao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and then took out the 8 pills from the medicine cauldron. Why were there 8 pills and not 10? This was naturally Ling Xiao's intention. Right now, he did not want others to know that his success rate was as high as 100%. Otherwise, he was afraid that others would look at him like a monster. Even though he had only refined 8 pills in one go, this was enough to stun everyone present, especially Nangong Changle, who was an alchemist. He took the pills from Ling Xiao and observed their color and smell, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Good pills, and even better. From now on, you will be this old man's disciple. Nangong Changle praised Ling Xiao repeatedly. Disciple Ling Xiao greets master. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to kneel and salute Nangong Changle. This time, the expressions of the elders who wanted to take Ling Xiao as a disciple became extremely ugly, especially Mu Huai, who looked like he was about to burst into tears. Those with an attribute purity of 70% were called geniuses, and those with 80% were called peerless geniuses. Then those with 90% were called monstrous geniuses. As for those with 100% pure attributes, what kind of existences were they? It was rare to see one with 100% pure attributes in a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. And now, there was one living in front of him. Unfortunately, he could not take him as a disciple. How could he not be upset? This made him feel even worse than if his wife had been snatched away. However, the other had already gone through the ceremony of taking him as a disciple. How could he still have the nerve to steal him? Alright, since Ling Xiao has become a disciple of Medicine Peak, he is now a disciple of Medicine Peak. However, while refining pills, you must not neglect your cultivation. Do you understand? Yun Xiong, who was sitting on the highest seat, tried to smooth things over. Yes, sect master. This disciple will remember, Ling Xiao replied. All right, you can all disperse. Yun Xiong had not expected this result. Seeing the ashen faces of the elders, he no longer planned to discuss anything else and immediately waved his hand to disperse the meeting. Let's go. Accompany me back to Medicine Peak. Nangong Changle very kindly said to Ling Xiao. Medicine Peak had the least number of disciples compared to the other peaks. This was because the requirements to become an alchemist were extremely harsh, and Tenbin was also extremely particular about them. Nangong Changle was already extremely satisfied to be able to find a good disciple from Tenbin this year. But he had never imagined that there would be an even more outstanding disciple joining them. How could he not be wild with joy? Ling Xiao once again bowed to the crowd, then glanced at Yun Mingqi before resolutely leaving with Nangong Changle. I really don't know how to describe this brat. I can only hope that the path he has chosen is correct. Yun Xiong sighed in his heart. In truth, in his heart, he still hoped that Ling Xiao would focus on cultivating. But since things had already reached this point, he could only let it be. A day later, on top of a mountain peak that was filled with spiritual qi. Boss, so you're a second-rank alchemist. You're too unkind. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hua Xiaoge exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Ling Xiao. He had just been brought to Medicine Peak by an attendant when he discovered that Ling Xiao had already arrived. Only now did he find out that Ling Xiao was also an alchemist, and had even reached the second rank. Ling Xiao laughed. You didn't even ask me, so is there a need to tell me? Furthermore, I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll suffer a huge blow. Boss, I'm just being considerate. Look at what you're saying. In the future, we'll be fellow disciples. Boss, you have to take good care of me, Hua Xiaogui said in an extremely fawning manner. But now, in front of Ling Xiao, he really couldn't compare. Before, when he hadn't known that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, he would often flaunt his first-rank alchemist skills in front of Ling Xiao. But now, whether it was martial strength or alchemy, he was far inferior to Ling Xiao. This time, he more or less felt inferior in his heart. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, Little turtle, your tenbin is not below mine. As long as you're willing to work hard, one day you'll surpass me. Boss, I know you're comforting me. But for the 3-year promise, I'll definitely become a third-rank alchemist. Hua Xiaogui clenched his fist and said confidently. And that's right. But your first task right now is to break through to the mystic realm. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to become a second-rank alchemist. Ling Xiao nodded in response. I also know this. That old man in my family often nags that I must break through to the mystic realm and change my attributes before I can refine second-rank medicinal pills. But right now, I'm only a middle-stage mystic realm cultivator. Moreover, I've eaten medicinal pills to increase my rank. Wanting me to break through to the mystic realm in a short period of time is easier said than done. Hua Xiaogui said in distress. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiaogui's bitter face and his heart moved slightly. He had long regarded Hua Xiaogui as a brother. Although this kid's strength was a bit lacking, he was very loyal. This was something Ling Xiao knew in Purple Sky City. Since you're my brother, Ling Xiao, I'll help you. Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. This determination made Hua Xiaogui become a high-rank alchemist that was admired by tens of thousands of people in the future. Little turtle, will you recognize me as your boss for the rest of your life? Ling Xiao asked very seriously. When Hua Xiaogui saw that Ling Xiao was so serious for the first time, he immediately restrained his casual attitude and nodded heavily to Ling Xiao. Boss, what are you saying? On the way to Purple Sky Sect, only you treated me as a friend. Although I, Hua Xiaogui, don't have much ability, I will not betray my friends and brothers. Boss, you'll always be my boss. Even if I block a knife for you, I won't frown. Good brother. From now on you're my brother, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder heavily and said. After a pause, he said, Little turtle, I'll now teach you a set of cultivation method. This set of cultivation method must not be easily known by others. Moreover, it's also extremely useful for your future alchemy, so you must keep it a secret. Boss. Hua Xiaogui was so excited that he wanted to say something. He knew that for Ling Xiao to instruct him so seriously, this Xian technique was definitely extraordinary. He trusted Ling Xiao's words very much. After all, Ling Xiao had never lied to him. Just like before when he said that Wu Xixue would definitely be his, wasn't the opportunity given to him now? When I'm the boss, you don't need to say anything. I'll now recite the chant for you. You have to remember it well. Ling Xiao interrupted Hua Xiaogui's words and then passed on the cultivation method of cloud-pushing energy to Hua Xiaogui. Cloud-pushing energy was originally a set of fire attribute cultivation method. Moreover, the cultivation speed should not be slower than those high-level Xian techniques. As long as Hua Xiaogui learned this cloud-pushing energy, he would definitely be able to break through to high-level mystic realm within half a year. At that time, he would be able to take the elixir and break through to mystic realm wouldn't be a problem. Hua Xiaogui naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao was thinking about him like this. However, just based on the fact that Ling Xiao passed on the chant to him, he was moved to the point that he was in a mess. He decided in his heart that in this life, he would definitely follow in his boss's footsteps. Hua Xiaogui's comprehension was average. After Ling Xiao passed on the chant to him, he had to repeatedly explain it many times. Only then did he slightly comprehend some of the essentials. Ling Xiao also didn't force him. He could completely master it all at once. In any case, he had plenty of time. It was good to let him slowly cultivate and comprehend it. Boss, am I stupid? I don't even know these essentials of the chant. Hua Xiaogui said with a downcast face. It's all right. Right now you've already understood more than half of it. If you spend a bit more time, you'll be able to remember everything. Ling Xiao comforted him. Thank you, boss. I'll work hard. Chapter 184. On top of a mountain peak that was filled with spirit energy and towering trees. Medicinal fields of different sizes were planned out here, and stalks of level 1 to level 2 spirit grass were planted within them. The rich medicinal fragrance caused people to feel refreshed when they smelled it. This was one of the 9 great peaks of the Purple Sky Sect, the Medicine Peak. Nangong Changle was the peak lord of the Medicine Peak, and was already a rank 4 alchemist grandmaster. Together with him, there were 2 other rank 3 alchemists, and under his peak, there were only 8 disciples. Now, with the addition of Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui, there were exactly 10 disciples. As the peak lord of the Medicine Peak, Nangong Changle did not easily accept disciples, because his requirements were extremely high. Currently, his only disciple, Chao Nanxian, was already a rank 3 alchemist, and had become a successor disciple of the sect 2 years ago. The other disciples were all disciples of his 2 junior brothers. Now, Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were going to be accepted as disciples by Nangong Changle at the same time. This matter caused the usually peaceful Medicine Peak to become lively. The Medicine Peak did not only have a few dozen people, there were also a few dozen outer sect disciples who were willing to be medicine servants here. They all wholeheartedly wanted to become alchemists, but they didn't have Tian Bin, who was a cut above them, so they could only stay at Medicine Peak to help with the planting of spirit herbs, hoping that one day, the god of fortune would descend upon them and they would be able to receive pointers from the Peak Master or the other 2 elders, allowing them to become alchemists. Or perhaps, they could pursue a new generation of inner sanctum disciples. It wouldn't be a bad idea to be a follower, so they would have the chance to observe alchemy and benefit from it. Although the Medicine Peak's Great Hall was not as grand and imposing as the main peak's Great Hall, the building was still very dignified and extravagant. After all, alchemist was the most respected profession, and if the other peaks wanted to obtain pills, they would naturally have to come to the Medicine Peak. If they wanted to obtain something, they would naturally have to pay a price, so the Medicine Peak was the wealthiest of all the peaks. Nangong Changle sat at the head, and on his left and right were 2 old men, both around 60 to 70 years old. Both of them had indifferent expressions on their faces. "Senior brother, I heard that you accepted 2 disciples this year?" The old man on the upper left asked Nangong Changle. This person was called Zhu Ruchang, a 3rd-rank alchemist. He had the most disciples, for the other elder was called Yang, and he had 3 disciples. Nangong Changle stroked his white beard and said with a smile, "That's right. Originally, I thought that only 1 disciple would be enough, but I didn't expect to find another alchemy genius. His future achievements will definitely not be inferior to Nanxian's. Oh, it's rare to receive such praise from senior brother. I'll definitely have to meet this martial nephew in the future," Ruchang replied with a disdainful expression. From the looks of it, Nangong Changle must have held a grudge against him. Back then, Nangong Changli's disciple, Chao Nanxian, was discovered by Zhu Ruchang first. Who would have thought that he would become Nangong Changli's disciple in the end? Now that Chao Nan had become a true disciple, it was even more proof that he had a unique foresight. However, all of this glory belonged to his senior brother, not him. He wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate an even more outstanding disciple to surpass Chao Nanxian's brilliance and reclaim the glory that belonged to him. "This matter isn't urgent. Wait until the sect oath assembly, and he'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat," replied Nangong Changle. "The sect oath assembly? Senior brother, do you think a new disciple like him has the ability to participate?" Yang En, who had been silent all this time, interrupted. "We'll know when the time comes," replied Nangong Changle confidently. To the side, Zhu Ruchang's expression changed slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking. At this time, a disciple hurriedly ran in to report, "Peak Lord, Elder Mu requests an audience." Nangong Changle indifferently said, "Quickly invite him in." Could it be that Elder Mu has come to ask senior brother to refine pills for him? Ruchang and Yang En couldn't help muttering to themselves. "It looks like Mu Huai still isn't satisfied," Nangong Changle thought. At this time, Wooden Flag Peak's Mu Huai walked in. Behind him was a stooped old man. This old man held a walking stick and walked very slowly. His eyebrows and beard covered most of his face. Only his old eyes would occasionally reveal a trace of light. When Nangong Changle, Ruchang, and Yang En saw this person, they immediately stood up to greet him. "Greetings, Elder Xiao." Nangong Changle and the other 2 bowed towards the stooped old man. "He, you can all dispense with the formalities." The old man chuckled. Nangong Changle immediately led the old man to the first seat below him. Mu Huai stood to the side and didn't take a seat. Nangong Changle and the others didn't dare to sit. "Elder, sit down. Aren't you all tired of standing?" said the old man indifferently. Only then did everyone dare to take their seats. May I ask why Elder Xiao has come? Nangong Changle looked at the old man and asked. Although he could guess the old man's intentions, he didn't dare to be certain. This old man was Wooden Flag Peak's previous elder, Mu Huai's master, Xiao Songlin. He was already close to 200 years old and was a true senior figure in the Purple Sky sect. Even the sect master had to be courteous to him. Hee, I won't beat around the bush. I want to see that pure wood attribute kid. Xiao Songlin got straight to the point. Yesterday, Mu Huai hadn't been able to recruit Ling Xiao into his sect, so he had been eyeing him covetously. A pure wood attribute physique was a special physique that was rarely seen in hundreds or even thousands of years. He definitely couldn't just watch as Ling Xiao went to another peak. However, what was done could not be undone, and there was nothing he could do. After thinking about it, he finally thought of a way, and that was to invite his master. He believed that with his master's ability, he would definitely be able to get Ling Xiao to come to his Wooden Flag Peak. Nangong Changle replied with some difficulty, Elder Xiao, that kid has already come to my peak. Don't tell me you want to snatch him away? Besides, that kid personally asked to come to my peak yesterday. I heard everything from Mu Huai. Let me see that kid first, Xiao Songlin said in a tone that said he couldn't refuse. Nangong Changle hesitated for a moment, then ordered someone to bring Ling Xiao in. Ling Xiao followed the disciple in and bowed to the people sitting down. May I know why Master called me here? This is our sect's senior, Elder Xiao. He's looking for you, Nangong Changle introduced. Ling Xiao bowed to Xiao Songlin. Greetings, senior. Xiao Songlin's sleepy eyes burst forth with an elite light. His body flashed and he immediately appeared beside Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could react, Xiao Songlin grabbed his pulse. Ling Xiao was shocked, so fast. Immediately after, Ling Xiao's profound energy started to circulate on its own, out of his control. A pure green light appeared on Ling Xiao's palm. Xiao Songlin looked at the ball of pure green light in Ling Xiao's palm and said excitedly, it really is a pure wood attribute physique. Following that, Xiao Songlin let go of Ling Xiao's hand and said to Nangong Changle, Changle, this kid will be under our Wooden Flag Peak from now on. His alchemy is definitely not as outstanding as his martial arts, but don't worry, I will get Mu Huai to give you the best things as compensation. When Mu Huai heard this, his face was filled with joy. He thought to himself, letting Master take action was indeed the right decision. This isn't too good. This kid has already acknowledged me as his master, so it's unreasonable for him to change to Wooden Flag Peak. Moreover, it will damage the reputation of our peak. Nangong Changle said awkwardly. Xiao Songlin's status was higher than his, so he had to consider Xiao Songlin's face. However, he also admired Ling Xiao a lot. He had reached the second grade at such a young age, and his success rate had already reached 80%. In less than 3 years, he would definitely be able to make Ling Xiao the second Chaonan Xian and become a true disciple of the sect. What's wrong with this? You can just expel this kid from your peak and then have him acknowledge Mu Huai as his master. Can you do it or not? If not, this old man can only look for the sect master, Xiao Songlin said with a determined look. Senior, since he has a wood attribute physique, let's give him to Wooden Flag Peak. In any case, our peak is filled with fire attribute disciples. What kind of pills can a wood attribute disciple like him refine? Ruchang Chang said. He sneered in his heart. Could it be that Senior's eyes have gone bad? He actually chose a wood attribute kid as his disciple? Could it be that wood attribute people can also refine pills nowadays? What a joke. Yang and also advised from the side, Senior, Junior Chang is right. Let's give him to Wooden Flag Peak. Yang An's thoughts were the same as Zhu Ruchang's. What do you guys know? Nangong Changle glared at his two juniors unhappily and immediately asked Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, make another choice. Kid, you have to think about it carefully. It would be a great waste if you don't use your pure wood attribute physique for cultivation. Even if you don't agree, this old man will still tie you up and bring you to my Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in a difficult position. The old man in front of him was an old senior of the sect and had an extraordinary position in the sect. If he didn't agree, then it was as he said, he would be tied up and brought to Wooden Flag Peak. If he agreed, then it would mess up his plans. What good would that be? That's right, the Vajra 5 transformation technique that I'm currently cultivating is a metal attribute mystical technique, and the 3 parts returning to origin technique is a 3 attribute technique. I'm afraid that this will affect my path of advancement in the future. It seems that choosing Wooden Flag Peak is also necessary, Ling Xiao pondered in his heart. After a moment, Ling Xiao finally thought of a 2-step plan. Old senior, I've already acknowledged Master Nangong as my master, so he's already my master. As the saying goes, a master for a day, a master for life. If I let Ling Xiao betray the sect, then it would be an unforgivable and disgraceful act. Although Ling Xiao isn't talented, he has also studied the books of sages. I believe that old senior should know the moral principles behind this, Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. Once he said this, Nangong Changle laughed and thought to himself, this kid is really good with words. You don't have to worry about this matter. I'm not asking you to betray the sect. I'm just asking Changle to expel you from the sect. This way, there won't be any disgraceful act, Xiao Songlin replied indifferently. He thought to himself, this kid really has some backbone. Even so, this disciple still feels guilty. Ling Xiao sighed and said. He paused for a moment before saying, how about this? I'll acknowledge Master Nangong as my master and Elder Mu as my master. This way, everyone won't be in a difficult position. This way, I can learn alchemy on one hand, and I can also cultivate a wood attribute mystical technique on the other. I believe that there won't be any problems on either side. Once Ling Xiao said this, everyone was stunned. Xiao Songlin frowned slightly, then relaxed and said, that works too. Chapter 185. Ling Xiao's proposal was undoubtedly bold. 1 disciple, 2 masters. This was not unprecedented in the Xianling continent, but it was the first in the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao originally thought that Xiao Songlin would not agree, but who knew that this old man was quite bold and actually agreed immediately. Since Xiao Songlin had already spoken, Nangong Changle had no reason to refuse. Although Xiao Songlin was not the sect master, his seniority was there. No matter what, he had to give him some face. On the other hand, Zhu Ruchang and Yang En's expressions were not very good. They felt that Ling Xiao was too slippery and did not have the slightest bit of calmness that an alchemist should have. Furthermore, he was a pure wood attribute cultivator, so it was impossible for him to be an alchemist. They really could not understand what Nangong Changle was thinking. This matter is decided. I will report to the sect master about this little guy. In the future, you will be allowed to learn alchemy in the Medicine Peak for the first half of the month, and come to our Wood Flag Peak to cultivate Xian technique for the second half of the month. Changle, do you have any objections? Xiao Songlin said. Let's do as Elder Xiao says. Nangong Changle nodded. Disciple greets Master Mu, greets Grand Master. Ling Xiao will definitely not disappoint you. Ling Xiao bowed to the 2 old men and said, Good, good. Master will definitely teach you everything and let you become a true disciple as soon as possible. Mu Huai repeatedly replied. The stone in his heart was finally put down. When these words came out, Nangong Changle, Zhu Ruchang, and Yang An's expressions flashed slightly. This was because Mu Huai was famous for being a miser in the Purple Sky sect. He always hid things from his disciples, and even if he had good things, he was not willing to take them out for his disciples to cultivate. For example, he did not pass down his suppressing peak Xian technique to any of his disciples. This caused the overall strength of Wood Flag Peak to be on the weaker side. Wood attribute attacks were already much weaker than other attacks. Without a high-level Xian technique to cultivate, their strength would naturally be slightly weaker than those of the same level. Now that they heard Mu Huai say this, Nangong Changle and the others naturally found it hard to believe. From the looks of it, he must be sincere in teaching Ling Xiao. Mu Huai sent a Wood Flag Peak token to Ling Xiao before he left with Xiao Songlin. But before he left, Mu Huai once again instructed Ling Xiao that he must go to Wooden Flag Peak in half a month, as if he was deeply afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. As soon as Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai left, Ruchang started to complain. "Senior brother, are you sure you want to accept this kid as your disciple?" Ruchang pointed at Ling Xiao and asked unhappily. "Junior brother, if you have something to say, just say it." Nangong Changle did not beat around the bush and asked him directly. "This brat is of the wood attribute. Are you sure you want to take him as your disciple?" Ruchang asked very playfully. Yang An also looked at Nangong Changle with a questioning gaze. He wanted to know the answer. That's only natural. Ling Xiao is already a second-tier alchemist. That's something that all the sect masters and elders have witnessed, laughed Nangong Changle. As soon as he said this, Ruchang and Yang An both revealed expressions of disbelief. Their gazes towards Ling Xiao had already changed. Could it be that this kid has both wood and fire attributes? Both of them thought at the same time. They did not doubt Nangong Changle's words at all. After all, there was no need for him to joke about this kind of matter. Such a young second-tier alchemist. This was too heaven-defying. Even Chao Nan, who was known as a genius alchemist, was already over 30 years old. The kid in front of them did not even seem to be 20 years old. Not only was he a high-level mystic cultivator, he was also a second-tier alchemist. In less than 5 years, they believed that he would be able to step into the realm of the seniors and catch up to them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao had thoroughly understood the situation of Medicine Peak. In this peak, everyone knew of the existence of Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaoge. After all, they were the direct disciples of the Peak Lord. Their status was naturally one level higher than others. Even so, Ling Xiao never put on any airs towards the disciples who were in charge of managing the spirit herbs. Those disciples also had a good impression of Ling Xiao. They would often ask Ling Xiao questions about alchemy. These were all questions about refining first-tier pills. Ling Xiao was naturally willing to answer them. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that Ling Xiao did it unintentionally. In the eyes of others, it made them unhappy. Lu Dong, 38 years old. He was the first inner sect disciple who followed Zhu Ruchang. He had long been a second-tier alchemist. Originally, he was the disciple who was the fastest to break through to the third-tier alchemist realm. Who knew that Chao Nan would become a third-tier alchemist before him? This was a huge blow to him. In addition, he was a narrow-minded person. He was extremely petty and had a bad temperament. That was why he had not been able to successfully refine a third-tier pill in recent years. This made his master Zhu Ruchang more and more disappointed in him. Instead, he placed all his attention on teaching the new disciples. This meant that he had fallen out of favor in the inner sect. Since then, his temperament had changed greatly. He often spoke ill of the disciples who were in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs. He even punched and kicked those who didn't see eye to eye with him. This caused all the disciples who were in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs to keep a respectful distance from him. In private, they especially hated Lu Dong. On this day, Ling Xiao went to the spirit herb garden to collect some low-level auxiliary spirit herbs. He wanted to use them to refine some muscle-relaxing pills and qi-consolidating pills. He planned to go down the mountain in a few days and give these pills to Xianxia. Xia Xuanxuan's experience resonated with Ling Xiaoqing. He had already regarded this little girl, who had no relatives or friends, as his own sister. Xia Xianxian was still young. He had to nurse her body back to health and lay a solid foundation. Only then would she be able to practice martial arts better in the future. Greetings, senior martial brother. A disciple who was in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs saw Ling Xiao walking over and immediately bowed to greet him. This disciple was already around 30 years old, but he still had to call Ling Xiao senior martial brother. After all, Ling Xiao was an inner sect disciple while he was only an outer sect disciple. According to the rules of the Purple Sky sect, all the inner sect disciples were the senior martial brothers of the outer sect disciples. Ling Xiao nodded slightly to that disciple to return the greeting. I don't know what spirit herbs senior martial brother needs. Junior martial brother will help you get them, that disciple said fawningly. No need, junior martial brother you. I just want to get a few spirit herbs. It won't take long, Ling Xiao replied. It doesn't matter. I'm in charge of taking care of this grass garden. Senior martial brother, you can tell me and I'll help you get them faster, that disciple said enthusiastically. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble junior martial brother. Ling Xiao was no longer pretentious. He told the name of the spirit herbs to the disciple and let him go and get them. This disciple was called Yu Lang. He had been in the medicine mountain for 8 years. His tenbin of alchemy was not high, but he was very persistent in alchemy. He had originally thought that after entering the medicine mountain as a disciple in charge of taking care of the spirit herbs, he would have the opportunity to come into contact with some alchemy techniques. But unfortunately, in these 8 years, other than taking care of the spirit herbs, there was not a single inner sect disciple who was willing to teach him anything related to alchemy. All of them were very secretive and treated the disciples who were taking care of the spirit herbs like slaves. Only if a disciple could curry favor with an inner sect disciple and become their attendant or servant would he have the opportunity to observe others refine pills. But this was equivalent to throwing away his dignity as a human. Yu Lang really could not let go of this face. Recently, because of the appearance of Ling Xiao, many bold disciples came forward to fawn over him and asked him a lot of general knowledge about alchemy. Ling Xiao very patiently explained it to them. Ling Xiao very quickly gained their favor and respect. After all, there were not many who could be as selfless as Ling Xiao. 2 days ago, Yu Lang had also asked Ling Xiao a few questions, and Ling Xiao had answered them one by one. At that moment, Yu Lang saw an opportunity. He felt that this inner sect disciple in front of him was definitely different from the others. If he chose to follow him, he believed that he would not mistreat him. As long as he could become an alchemist, he decided to let go of his pride and try his best to please Ling Xiao. Yu Lang's enthusiasm towards Ling Xiao was aware of it. After a few days of understanding, he also knew that many outer sect disciples did not have it easy. Of course, he would not be overflowing with sympathy. Even if he wanted to take a medicine servant, he had to see clearly first. But he was still satisfied with Yu Lang's performance. Of course, it was not that he was satisfied with trying his best to please him, but the way he did it was not like the others who flattered their master and flattered him. Instead, he performed very well in some matters. Just like now, when Ling Xiao wanted to take the spirit grass, he could take the initiative to do it, but he did not act too flattering. This proved that Yu Lang's character was not bad. Ling Xiao was naturally not in a hurry to accept him. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart, and distance tests a horse's stamina. He still had to wait for time to test and understand before making a decision. Yu Lang came out with the spirit grass and smiled at Ling Xiao. Senior, the spirit grass you wanted. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take it, an annoying voice rang out, I want these spirit grass. The two looked back and saw that the person who had come was the #1 disciple of Medicine Peak, Lu Chen. Behind him were 2 outer sect disciples. Greetings, eldest senior brother. These 2 stalks of spiritual grass are what junior brother wants. If senior brother wants them, you can go and pick them. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Lu Chen and spoke in an indifferent tone. Lu Chen glanced at Ling Xiao and revealed a slightly angry expression. Did you not hear what I said? I said I want these 2 spirit grass. If you want more, you can go and pick them. Lu Dong was very unhappy. A new inner sect disciple dared to be arrogant in front of him. Today, he wanted to show Ling Xiao his strength. So what if he was the disciple of the Peak Lord? In Medicine Peak, he was the senior. Forget it, senior. These 2 spirit grass are for senior. I'll go in and pick 2 more for you, Yu Lang said from the side. Who are you? Scram. This is not the place for you to interrupt. Today, you are not allowed to pick any more spirit grass in the herb garden. In the future, if you want to pick spirit grass, you have to get my permission first. Lu Dong was extremely arrogant. As the senior inner sect disciple and the overall manager of the spirit grass, He indeed had the authority to restrict other inner sect disciples from picking spirit grass. Otherwise, if people came to pick spirit grass every day, they would not be able to grow enough spirit grass. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was very angry. He knew that this guy was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. He was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force, so he naturally would not be scared. Ling Xiao's face was cold. He took the spirit grass from Yu Lang's hand and turned to leave, not planning to get entangled with Lu Dong. Stop right there. What kind of attitude is that? Are you trying to rebel? Lu Dong shouted angrily. Eldest senior brother, there's no need to be so calculative with such a despicable person. If one day he falls out of favor, I believe the Peak Lord won't protect him, a disciple beside Lu Dong comforted him. You're right, but we can't let him be arrogant for too long. We have to think of a way to deal with him, Lu Dong replied. Eldest senior brother, I have a plan, but I don't know if you're willing to invest in it, the disciple said in a low voice. Lu Dong glanced at him and said indifferently, let's hear it. Thus, the disciple whispered some plan into Lu Dong's ear. Lu Dong's expression gradually turned into a cold smile. All right, that's a good idea. I'll leave this matter to you, but you must do it properly. Once it's done, I'll teach you how to refine another type of Tier 1 pill. Thank you, eldest senior brother. The disciple was delighted and immediately bowed to Lu Dong. The bamboo forest courtyard was where Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui lived. As inner sect disciples and Nangong Chang's disciples, the treatment they received was naturally much better than that of ordinary disciples. The environment here was extremely beautiful, with verdant bamboos, lush trees, hundreds of birds singing, and abundant spiritual energy. Living here gave people a tranquil and distant feeling. After returning to the courtyard, Ling Xiao's restless mood became better. Within the courtyard, Hua Xiaogui was currently sitting on an altar and meditating. His expression was extremely solemn and serious. Ling Xiao didn't want to disturb him, but he opened his eyes. Boss, you're back. Hua Xiaogui cried out. All right, continue working hard. I'll go to the alchemy room to refine pills, Ling Xiao said to Hua Xiaogui with a nod. All right, I've never seen you refine pills before. This is a good opportunity for me to observe, Hua Xiaogui said excitedly. Brat, if you want to be lazy, just say it. Why do you need to find such an excuse? Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. During these past few days, Hua Xiaogui had been cultivating the cloud-expelling force that Ling Xiao had taught him. However, he was naturally restless and simply couldn't sit still. Every time he meditated, he wouldn't last more than 2 hours. He lacked sufficient patience. Hua Xiaogui seemed to have been hit by Ling Xiao's words. He scratched his head and said, Boss, meditating all the time is getting boring. It's not as fun as refining pills. Do you even know how to refine pills? What's the use of only concocting some medicine? It's better to hurry up and increase your strength. Once you reach the Mystic Knight rank, you can refine any first and second stage pills you want, Ling Xiao said with disdain. Boss, you don't have to be so direct. I'm also a first-rank alchemist, Hua Xiaogui said with a drooping face. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if you really want to reach the 3rd rank in 3 years, then talk less now, practice more, and reach the Mystic Knight level as soon as possible. Otherwise, your Xiao Shui will belong to someone else. Ling Xiao is right. Xiaogui, you should work hard on your cultivation. Before you reach the Mystic Knight rank, I won't teach you how to refine any pills, Nangong Changle said as he slowly walked in from outside. Greetings, master. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui immediately bowed. There's no need, Nangong Changle said. He then said, follow me to the alchemy room. The two knew that Nangong Changle was going to teach them alchemy, so they immediately followed him. After entering the alchemy room, a dark green cauldron was placed in the middle. There were restrictions and spirit patterns around it. This spirit rune wasn't used to guard against theft. It was used to prevent the medicinal effects from spreading when refining elixirs. Ling Xiao, refine a cauldron of first-stage pills for me to see, Nangong Changle said. Ling Xiao nodded, walked to the side of the cauldron, and began to refine the qi-strengthening pill. Beside him, Hua Xiaogui's eyes became fanatical. Ling Xiao didn't dare to casually use the flame shadow hand. He could only rely on his experience to control the fire. Even so, with his experience, he didn't waste a single stalk of spirit grass. Nangong Changle looked carefully, and from time to time, he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. Soon, a cauldron of qi-strengthening pill was refined, forming 9 pills. Ling Xiao, how long have you been learning alchemy? Nangong Changle saw that Ling Xiao had such a high success rate and was very happy. At the same time, he wondered if this kid had been learning alchemy since he was in his mother's womb. His success rate was actually so high. When he was at Ling Xiao's age, he was only a first-stage alchemist, and his success rate was less than 40%. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "It's been 2 years." He naturally didn't dare to say that he had only learned for less than a year. Even if he did, Nangong Changle wouldn't believe it. To reach the second stage in 2 years, 10 bin isn't bad. Nangong Changle reluctantly praised. In his heart he thought, this kid isn't tricking me, right? Nangong Changle had spent a few years to reach the second stage, and his master had even praised him for being a 10 bin alchemist. However, Ling Xiao had only used 2 years to reach the second stage. This was really hard for him to believe. Hua Xiaogu, who was beside him, also opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Boss, you're really abnormal." Hua Xiaogui was born in an alchemy family, so he naturally knew that to become an alchemist, one needed a strong 10 bin and a strong comprehension ability. He knew that an alchemist with a good 10 bin would need at least 3 to 5 years to reach the second stage, but Ling Xiao had only used 2 years. He was truly a genius in the alchemy world. Alright, your performance just now was not bad, but there are still many areas that are not good enough. Next, I'll tell you about the methods and experience on how to control the fire, Nangong Changle said, getting to the point. Following that, he began to explain some of the basic essentials of fire control to the two of them. Nangong Changle was already a 4th-stage alchemist, and he could be considered a top-notch alchemist in the entire Northwest region. His words of experience definitely had their own unique points. Although Ling Xiao was already a 3rd-stage alchemist, he knew that he still had many areas that he was lacking, so he listened very patiently. Occasionally, when he heard the main points, he would be enlightened and gain a lot of insight into fire control. Hua Xiaogui, on the other hand, made a mental note that he would be able to practice on his own once he broke through to the mystic night realm. After half a day, the two of them had gained something. Nangong Changle was also very satisfied with the seriousness of these two disciples. Alright Ling Xiao, you refine well by yourself. Xiaogui, follow me. Nangong Changle knew that it was time to stop. He was afraid that they would not be able to digest if he spoke too much, so he immediately stopped them. After Nangong Changle and Hua Xiaogui left, Ling Xiao refined a cauldron of tendon smoothing pills and 2 cauldrons of tendon warming pills. These tendon warming pills were for Li Kuanghu. Before he found the main ingredient for refining the bone and muscle rebirth pill, the yellow marrow grass, he had to make sure that Li Kuanghu continued to take the tendon warming pill. He could not allow his meridians to wither. While Ling Xiao was refining pills in the pill room, Hua Xiaogui followed Nangong Changle outside. Nangong Changle sat on a stone bench and looked at Hua Xiaogui as he asked, "How is your grandfather doing?" "Grandfather's body is very good. Thank you for your concern, master." "Alright, grandfather still has something that he wants me to give you." Hua Xiaogui replied and then went into the house to retrieve something before hurriedly running out. Hua Xiaogui handed a brocade box to Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle's eyes slightly moved as he stored the brocade box into his spatial ring. Then he took out a book from within. Nangong Changle handed the book to Hua Xiaogui and said, "Xiaogui, keep this book well. Master's lifetime experience in alchemy is recorded here. If you have time in the future, you must read it more. It will be of help to you in the future. Also, you must learn from your senior brother, understand?" Hua Xiaogui carefully put away the book and immediately nodded. "Yes, master. I know what to do." Nangong Changle nodded and continued, "You are currently only at the profound realm. Logically speaking, you still cannot learn alchemy. Fortunately, your Hua family has always been of the fire attribute. I believe that when you reach the profound realm, you will also be of the fire attribute. Therefore, the most important thing now is that you must first break through to the profound realm. At that time, Master will think of a way to help you advance to the profound realm. However, if you use alchemy to break through, your foundation will not be stable. In the future, your speed of advancement will be slow. Disciple will work hard to break through to the profound realm as soon as possible. Please rest assured, Master," Hua Xiaogui replied. He understood the reasoning behind Nangong Changle's words, but his own cultivation of Tenbin was not strong. If he did not use alchemy to break through, who knew when he would be able to reach the profound realm? Chapter 187. Zitian City, in a remote courtyard. A little girl with a jade-like face climbed onto a tall tree. The little girl had a sad expression on her face as she said to a spirit bird with blue feathers, "Lon Lon, Big Brother hasn't come to see me in a long time. Do you think Big Brother has forgotten about me?" This blue spirit bird was slightly larger than an ordinary bird. The color of its crown and feathers was completely different. It was actually blood red, and there were two snow-white lines on both sides of its head. It looked very strange and extraordinary. This blue spirit bird was not afraid of humans. It was less than half a meter away from the little girl. After listening to the little girl's words, it even slightly flapped its wings and let out a few clear cries, as if answering the little girl's words. It was extremely magical. "Forget it, Lon Lon, you won't understand even if I tell you so much. You've never seen Big Brother before. If you see him, I think you'll like him too. Big Brother is a good person." "What? You said that there aren't many good people in the world. In fact, I thought the same as you at first, but I think Big Brother, Sister Shui, and Uncle Hu are all good people. All right, Lon Lon, I'm going down. Otherwise, Uncle Hu will blame me again when he comes back." The little girl was about to climb down the tree after communicating with the blue spirit bird for a while. Unexpectedly, the little girl's feet were not steady, and she slipped. She immediately lost her balance and fell down the tree. Just as the little girl was about to fall to the ground, a peerless figure broke through and rushed over. "Little girl, why are you climbing so high?" A youth caught the little girl, touched her head, and scolded her lightly. "Big Brother, you're here." The little girl saw who it was, and then she hugged the youth's neck and exclaimed softly, "Hee, did you miss Big Brother? Come down first, where's your Uncle Hu?" The person who came was none other than Ling Xiao. He held Xianxia and asked with a smile. In fact, Li Kuanghu was only 25 years old, only a few years older than Ling Xiao. However, because of his years of work, he looked more sloppy and mature, so Xianxia didn't dare to call him Brother Hu, but Uncle Hu. Li Kuanghu had already sincerely regarded himself as Ling Xiao's servant, so it didn't matter to him. Moreover, Xianxia was still so young, it was not an exaggeration to call him Uncle Hu. "Big Brother, Uncle Hu went to buy things, Xianxia is alone at home," Xianxia replied. "What, didn't Uncle Hu hire someone to take care of you?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked unhappily. "Big Brother, don't blame Uncle Hu. I didn't want Uncle Hu to treat us. We have our own hands and feet. Why would we need someone to take care of us?" "Xianxia knows how to cook," Xianxia quickly explained when she saw that Ling Xiao seemed to be angry. Ling Xiao followed her words and said, "Xianxia is so awesome. Then you can cook for Big Brother later. Big Brother is hungry." Ling Xiao felt that the more he spent time with Xianxia, the more he saw himself in his previous life. The only difference was that Xianxia was a girl. Not long after Ling Xiao carried Xianxia into the house, Li Kuanghu returned from outside. As soon as Li Kuanghu saw Ling Xiao, he immediately bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. "Young master." "Kuanghu, there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so formal," said Ling Xiao. Then he took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them over to Li Kuanghu. "Kuanghu, here are 2 bottles of muscle-warming pills. Take them first." I've already found the ox tendon vine, and if I find the yellow marrow grass, I'll be able to help you refine the muscle-replenishing bone regrowing pill." Li Kuanghu was overjoyed when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He took the tendon-warming pill from Ling Xiao and retreated to the side. The main reason Ling Xiao came down the mountain this time was to visit Xianxia and reassure Li Kuanghu. Otherwise, Li Kuanghu would think that Ling Xiao did not care about him. After accompanying Xianxia for most of the day, Ling Xiao planned to wander around the city to see if there were any good spirit grass. After all, there were very few precious spirit grass on the Medicine Peak. In fact, before going down the mountain, Hua Xiaogui wanted to come down with Ling Xiao no matter what, but Ling Xiao used his identity as a senior brother to order him to stay and cultivate. Who knew that the kid completely ignored his identity as a senior brother? In the end, he had no choice but to use Wu Sishue's 3-year promise to intimidate him. It was not that Ling Ji did not want to bring Hua Xiaogui down, but that guy's temperament was too active. If he did not calm down and cultivate, he did not know when he would be able to break through to the higher level. Ling Xiao did this for his own good. Ling Xiao carried Xia Xianxian and walked with Li Kuanghu in Purple Sky City. Li Kuanghu was extremely familiar with Purple Sky City and quickly brought Ling Xiao to Spirit Herb Hall. At first, Ling Xiao didn't know that there was a Spirit Herb Hall in the Purple Heaven sect. It was only after Li Kuanghu told him that he knew about it. Moreover, Li Kuanghu also said that there was a Spirit Herb Hall in his original city. At this time, Ling Xiao felt that the Spirit Herb Hall was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. To be able to open a shop in every city, it was impossible to do so without a strong backer. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Yuan Ping more when he was in Meteorite City. He believed that he would know some inside information. However, Ling Xiao was not too concerned about this matter at the moment. In any case, as long as he could buy spirit grass, it did not matter where it was. Now, Ling Xiao urgently needed to find some third-grade spirit herbs. In addition to refining the bone regrowing Dan for Li Kuanghu, he also needed to make some preparations for practicing the Vajra 5 Changes secret art. At the same time, he also needed to practice the mind-controlling art. At the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, Viscera refinement, he needed a lot of spirit grass and medicinal pills. It was originally impossible to find in Meteorite City, but it was easier to find in Purple Sky City. Here, rank 3 spirit grass was relatively common. As for rank 4 and above spirit grass, it was relatively rare. In addition, he also encountered some bottlenecks in cultivating the god-controlling art. Ling Xiao only got 1/3 of the god-controlling art. Now he has cultivated to the point where he can condense and attack others high, but the range and number of attacks are always limited, and it has not reached the effect of killing with one blow. In the end, his spiritual force was not strong enough. Although cultivating the god-controlling art could gradually strengthen his spiritual force, he could not be satisfied with the current speed. He must find a kind of spirit grass that can improve spiritual force, such as the stem of the patterned flower obtained at the Luo family's auction last time. After taking 2, his spiritual force has obviously improved a lot. Although he must endure the mental pain and torture, it is worth it to be able to exchange for a strong spiritual force. The first stage of the god-controlling art is skill manipulation. The so-called skill manipulation, of course, can use spiritual force to evolve all kinds of invisible attacks. When the first stage is completed, the power of the attack will absolutely have the unpredictable power. Now Ling Xiao can't imagine whether the power can compete with the king stage, but he has tasted the benefits of spiritual force for the first time. Not to mention the unexpected attack. Taking alchemy as an example, he can use spiritual force to prevent the spread of medicinal power, and can also divide the energy of the beast Dan, so it will not be too wasteful. In short, there are many benefits of cultivating spiritual force. The Spirit Herb Hall was built in the southeast of Purple Sky City, not in the center of the city, but at the edge of the city. The scale of the building is many times larger than the Spirit Herb Hall in Meteorite City. As soon as Ling Xiao walked into the Spirit Herb Hall, a maid bowed to greet him. This level is also not comparable to the one in Meteorite City. Perhaps this is the gap between big cities. When Ling Xiao and the other 2 walked in, they were attracted by the dazzling spirit grass. The spirit grass here is divided into 3 areas. The first stage spirit grass area is on the first floor, the second stage spirit grass area is on the second floor, and the more precious spirit grass above the third floor is on the third floor. The first stage spirit grass on the first floor naturally can't enter Ling Zhao's eyes, but the girl Xianxia kept shouting when she saw the delicious spirit flowers, looking very happy. Ling Zhao did not stay on the first floor and went directly to the second floor. There are many good things on the second floor, such as the second stage low-level blood star vine, the second stage low-level crow ginseng king, the second stage mid-level black ganoderma, some second stage spirit grasses, which are extremely rare in Meteorite City, can be found here, which makes Ling Zhao's heart itch. He, who used to be familiar with the spirit herb collection and the alchemy technique, is very familiar with the role of the spirit grass here. When he saw that each spirit grass is the main medicinal material of a certain kind of alchemy, Ling Zhao wanted to buy it. Look at the price tag, it is more than twice as expensive as in Meteorite City. The same spirit grass, but sold at different prices. This is too much of a scam. Ling Zhao thought in his heart in bewilderment. However, he remembered that he obtained a crystal card in Meteorite City, and it seems that he can get a discount. Now, it just so happens that it came in handy. After strolling around, Ling Zhao gained a lot. He chose a large batch of second stage spirit grass, and even bought 3 spirit grass that can increase mental strength. These 3 spirit grass are not as powerful as the patterned flower's stem burst effect. After all, the difference in level is too big. However, having something is better than nothing. Every little bit of improvement counts. After choosing the spirit grass, Ling Zhao went to the counter to settle the bill. Sitting at the counter is a young married woman in her 30s. Her looks are average, but her figure is very well proportioned and graceful. If you don't look at her front and only look at her back, she is definitely a flower-like assassin. Ling Zhao originally didn't want to take out the crystal card, but now that he is outside, it is not the time to show his face. After hesitating for a moment, he still handed over the crystal card. In the end, the spirit grass that Ling Zhao bought actually cost 1.5 million gold coins, and that is after the discount. Without the discount, it would be at least 2 million gold coins. Looks like I have to think of a way to get more gold coins. Ling Zhao's finances have suddenly shrunk by quite a bit. In his heart, he was thinking whether or not he should take out some things to auction, otherwise he will become poor again. After all, he has only bought second stage spirit grass, and he still hasn't seen the third stage spirit grass on the third floor. Forget it, let's go up and take a look first. After putting away the spirit grass, Ling Zhao turned and walked up to the third floor. Who would have thought that just as he reached the stairs, 2 guards would block the path of Ling Zhao's group? Ling Zhao couldn't help but frown, not understanding what these 2 wanted. Then, the young married woman's voice came from behind, "Little brother, in order to go to the third floor, you must first apply for a VIP card." Chapter 188. The young woman walked in front of Ling Zhao and explained, "The third floor is filled with high-level spirit grasses and is only open to distinguished guests of the herb hall. Please forgive us, little brother." Ling Zhao responded. He didn't hear Li Kuanghu mention this before he came, so he probably didn't know that the herb hall had such a rule. "Then how do I get a VIP card?" Ling Zhao asked. The third floor naturally had such a rule, so he naturally couldn't force his way in. One had to know that there was at least a spirit master guarding each floor. Just by looking at their strength, the herb hall wasn't a place to be trifled with. The young woman stretched out her hand and said, 5 Xian crystals can be used to get a VIP card. When Ling Zhao heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the side, Li Kuanghu's face also became ugly. What was a Xian crystal? It was a cultivation resource for experts, and it was also the proof to purchase high-level spirit grasses, Xian skills, Xian arts, and other things. In the northwest, Xian crystals were extremely rare. For example, in Meteorite City, even the large Ling clan only had a dozen Xian crystals after 1,000 years of accumulation. It could be seen how precious Xian crystals were. And now, to go to the third floor of the herb hall, he had to spend 5 Xian crystals. This was not a small price. Okay, help me get one. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to get a VIP card. After all, he was already a rank 3 alchemist and would need a lot of rank 3 spirit grasses in the future. He also didn't need to go to the deep forest every time he needed spirit grasses. As long as he had enough gold and Xian crystals, he could also find a lot of good spirit grasses. The young woman looked at Ling Xiao in a daze, as if she didn't believe that Ling Xiao could take out Xian crystals at such a young age. In the blink of an eye, there were a few Xian crystals in Ling Xiao's hand. Quickly help me, I'm in a hurry. Oh, I'm sorry, young master. I'll get it done right away. The young woman knew that she had lost her composure and quickly apologized respectfully. She went to help Ling Xiao apply for a VIP card. Those who could casually take out Xian crystals were all big shots. However, Ling Xiao was so young and could easily take out 5 Xian crystals. The power behind him must be extraordinary. Watching Ling Xiao take out the glazed crystal, Li Kuanghu's expression became fanatical. He finally believed that Ling Xiao's identity was absolutely extraordinary. Moreover, Ling Xiao was already a level 3 alchemist at such a young age. No matter where he was, his identity was extremely honorable. He was even more determined to follow Ling Xiao. The young woman also quickly applied for a VIP card for Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao dripped a little blood into the card would automatically record all of Ling Xiao's spending in the herb hall. Moreover, this card was much more honorable than the card obtained in Meteorite City. Everything spent in the herb hall could be converted at 70%. Moreover, if there were good things in the herb hall, the members would be given priority to buy them. Now Ling Xiao finally realized the function of this card. Now that he was an alchemist, he would definitely need to buy a lot of spirit herbs in the future. Deducting 30% of gold coins or Xian crystals could really save a lot of wealth. Since this card could only be used by one person, Ling Xiao could only go to the 3rd floor by himself. Xianxia was taken by Li Kuanghu. There were not more things on the 3rd floor than on the 2nd floor, but what was displayed in front of Ling Xiao were level 3 spirit herbs that he had never seen before. This is level 3 low-rank flame grass, and level 3 low-rank yellow Kuan tail vine. Ling Xiao looked at the valuable spirit herbs in front of him, and his eyes were filled with surprise. The spirit herbs here could definitely be used to refine a lot of level 3 alchemy pills. One had to know that he had only refined a level 3 alchemy pill, spirit breaking pill. There were many other level 3 alchemy pills that lacked spirit herbs, so he had not tried to refine them. Now that there were so many spirit herbs in the herb hall, as long as he had enough wealth in the future, he would definitely not lack resources. On the 3rd floor, there were several people who were also looking at the spirit herbs. They seemed to be looking for what they needed. One of them, Ling Xiao, recognized him. It was the city lord of Purple Sky City, Lord Ji Tuesday. Now that Ling Xiao was an inner disciple, his status was not necessarily lower than G2's. G2 was just an outer sect deacon, and he was one of the outer sect deacons. Therefore, when Ling Xiao saw G2, he only needed to go forward and greet him. This was the basic etiquette of a fellow disciple. Greetings, City Lord Ji Tuesday. Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed slightly to G2, who was looking at a spirit herb. G2 did not expect that someone would disturb him at this time. He raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. He only felt that this young man seemed to be very familiar. You are? G2 asked. City Lord G2, a noble person has a short memory. I am a disciple who came to participate in the sect election. It was Deacon G2 who brought us into the sect. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Oh, I remember, you are the little guy who offended the Lao family. G2 was reminded by Ling Xiao and remembered Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao detained Lao family's Lao Fanren, which left a deep impression on him. Otherwise, he would not remember which disciple Ling Xiao was. After all, there were a lot of disciples who came to participate in the election. I have let City Lord G2 see a joke. Ling Xiao replied politely. How is it? Did you participate in the election? G2 asked with a slightly dignified tone. He was a dignified sect deacon, and his status was much higher than the newly selected outer disciples. It was already good that he could ask about Ling Zhao's situation. At the same time, he was puzzled. How did this kid get to the third floor? Is he also a VIP of the Herb Hall? I passed by luck. Ling Zhao did not care about G2's attitude and immediately replied casually. Not bad. G2 replied indifferently and no longer paid attention to Ling Zhao. His gaze once again fell on a spirit herb on the counter. Ling Zhao followed his gaze and his expression suddenly became happy. It was actually yellow marrow grass. Middle Tier 3 yellow marrow grass was a kind of top-notch spirit grass used to treat broken bones. However, the effect of direct consumption was not obvious. Only when used to refine bone-growing pills could it display its greatest effect. Kuang whose leg can recover. Ling Zhao was secretly happy. He immediately looked at the price and almost fainted from the shock. It was actually as high as 5 million gold coins. That was too expensive. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, spirit herbs used to treat injuries were not as expensive as spirit herbs used to raise profound strength or spirit energy. Who knew that this yellow marrow grass would be so expensive? Even with a discount, it would still cost 3,500,000 gold coins. That was almost all of his gold coins. Do you have anything else? G2 slightly frowned and asked Ling Zhao. He felt that Ling Zhao was very unreasonable. He actually kept standing beside him. Could it be that he had something to ask of him? Ling Zhao looked at G2 and an idea came to him. He asked him, City Lord G2 wants to buy yellow marrow grass? What does that have to do with you? If you don't have anything else, then go away. Don't hinder me. G2 was slightly unhappy. A small outer disciple dares to get close to me. He really doesn't know etiquette. Ling Zhao didn't get angry and immediately said, City Lord G2, is there someone in your family who is injured? Moreover, is it a bone injury? G2 was about to get angry, but when he thought about how Ling Zhao was able to guess his situation with just a yellow marrow grass, he immediately suppressed his anger and lightly said, That's right. Hearing this, Ling Zhao was delighted and his face unconsciously revealed a smile. G2 just happened to catch Ling Zhao's expression and immediately angrily said, Brat, what are you planning? I'm telling you, you better not have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, even if you're an outer disciple, I won't have any problems killing you. No, City Lord G2, you misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions. Ling Zhao repeatedly waved his hands. What do you mean? Quickly scram, otherwise don't blame me for being angry. G2 coldly snorted. City Lord G2, listen to me. Maybe I can help you get what you want. Ling Zhao said in a low voice. You know what I want? G2 disdainfully retorted. Medicinal pills. Ling Zhao very seriously said and then said, Bone-forming pills. This time, G2 was slightly startled. Seeing G2's expression, Ling Zhao knew that he had guessed correctly. He thought to himself, there's hope. G2 instantly regained his indifference. So what if you guessed correctly? Could it be that you have a way to get it for me? Ling Zhao was too young, and G2 truly didn't trust him. The bone-forming pill was a third-rank medicinal pill. Who could casually obtain it? Thinking of this, G2's heart dimmed for no reason. City Lord G2, I know you don't trust me, but you should at least trust my master, Nangong Changle. Ling Zhao slightly raised his head, revealing a somewhat arrogant expression. If he didn't act a bit arrogant, G2 might even think that he was lying. Your master is Elder Nangong? This time, G2 was shocked by Ling Zhao's words and couldn't help but speak loudly with excitement. Following that, a muffled voice came from the pavilion, Don't make any noise. This voice penetrated into the depths of one's heart, causing one to feel a sense of timidity. G2 knew that he had lost his composure, so he immediately bowed and said, I'm sorry. Then he lowered his voice and asked Ling Zhao, You're an inner disciple of Medicine Peak? And a disciple of Elder Nangong? Ling Zhao knew that G2 still didn't believe him. After all, He didn't receive the alchemist's robe from Medicine Peak today. He immediately took out a small medallion and showed it to G Tuesday. This medallion was the unique medallion of Medicine Peak's inner disciples. Great! G2 couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and continuously exclaimed in a low voice. Then he respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Little brother, I'm truly sorry." G2 had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "Please forgive me for offending little brother." G2's 180-degree change really made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to bear it. "City Lord G2, please excuse me. We're all from the same sect, and you're also my elder. There's no need to be so polite." Ling Xiao replied appropriately. "That's right. By the way, little brother, how should I address you?" "My boy, Ling Xiao." "Good name, then I'll call you Xiao Xiao from now on. You also don't need to call me City Lord G2, just call me by my name." G2 praised. He was obviously trying to get close to Ling Xiao. "This can't be messed up. How about I call you Elder too?" Ling Xiao said while waving his hand. "That's fine. Xiao Xiao, just now you said, you can get a bone-growing pill. I wonder if you can get one for me?" G2 asked with some embarrassment. Just now, his attitude towards Ling Xiao wasn't good. Now that he had a favor to ask, he naturally had to humble himself. "Of course you can, but—" Ling Xiao hesitated. Chapter 189. Ling Xiao and G2 found a resting area on the side. While sipping on the high-quality wine, they listened to G2 talk about his situation. Sure enough, as Ling Xiao had guessed, G2's family had a relative with a foot problem, and that person was G2's only granddaughter, Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin was born with weak bone marrow and had never been able to stand up since birth. For this reason, G2 had been trying to think of a way to help his granddaughter stand up again. He knew that only the elders of the sect's Medicine Peak could refine high-grade pills for his granddaughter. Perhaps only then would his granddaughter have the chance to stand up again. However, the rules of the Medicine Peak were extremely strict. Those who wanted to refine elixirs had to prepare their own spiritual herbs, and they had to prepare an extra portion at the same time. The extra portion was a reward for the Medicine Peak elder. In addition, as long as they had enough Xian crystals, they could ask the Medicine Peak elder to refine the elixirs for them. Or they could make enough contributions to the sect and accumulate enough points to apply to the sect for the Medicine Peak elder to refine the elixirs for them. G2 had been in the Purple Sky sect for decades, and the conditions he needed were basically enough to meet the requirements of the Medicine Peak elder. It was just that when he applied to the sect for the Medicine Peak elder to refine pills, the Medicine Peak elder did not help him refine pills because they lacked the main medicinal ingredient, the yellow marrowgrass. The yellow marrowgrass was only a Tier 3 intermediate spirit herb and was not a rare spirit herb. With Medicine Peak's many years of accumulation, it was impossible for it to not have any. In fact, G2 knew that it was just an excuse from Herb Peak, or perhaps it was more appropriate to say that Lu Dong was deliberately making things difficult for them. Because 20 years ago, when G2 had just become the city governor of Violet Sky City, he had once taught a lesson to the current head disciple of the Medicine Peak, Lu Dong. G2 didn't expect Lu Dong to harbor a grudge against him. This time, he had applied to the sect to allow the Medicine Peak elder to refine the third-grade bone growth pill. Only after Lu Dong's report could he refine the pill for him. Who knew that the result that G2 was waiting for was that the yellow marrowgrass was not enough to refine the bone-growing pill for him. Seeing Lu Dong's attitude, G2 knew that Lu Dong had not informed the elders of the refinement peak. In a fit of rage, G2 beat Lu Dong up. Now, Lu Dong had complained to his teacher, Rong Chong. At that time, Lu Dong was quite favored in Medicine Peak, so G2 was out of luck. Medicine Peak announced that they would not refine any pills for G Tuesday. Even though Zhu Ruchang couldn't fully represent Medicine Peak, his words still carried some weight in Medicine Peak. This matter also led to G2 not being able to enter the sect to become an inner sect deacon, but had always been the city lord of Purple Heaven City. On the surface, the city lord looked boundless. but his status in the sect was not high. G2 could only know his own bitterness. Of course, in the vast northwest, Purple Sky sect was not the only one with a third-grade alchemist. There was also a third-grade alchemist in the nearby Burning Land City. However, this alchemist's appetite was huge. He asked for 500 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and the spirit grass had to be prepared by himself. He also specifically stated that there was no guarantee for refining third-grade pills, because he was not sure that he would succeed 100% of the time. If a furnace of spirit grass was destroyed, he would not be responsible. These conditions almost made G2 choke on his breath. These requirements were really harsh. However, for the sake of his granddaughter, he had to find a way to prepare all the required materials and then think of a way. Unexpectedly, he could meet Ling Xiao in this herb hall today, and Ling Xiao was the personal disciple of the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak. After knowing the news, G2 almost jumped with joy. He knew that as long as he fawned on this young man, his granddaughter's foot might be saved. Ling Xiao deeply sympathized with G2's experience. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had encountered such a good thing. Now it would not be a problem to refine the bone regeneration pill for Li Kuanghu, and he could also save a lot of wealth. Elder 2, this is Lu Dong's fault, but he doesn't have the final say in Medicine Peak. If you trust me, then take me to see your granddaughter first, and then I'll tell my master about this. I believe my master is a reasonable elder. You've done so much for the sect, and even if you haven't done any meritorious deeds, you've worked hard. Moreover, my master is quite agreeable to me, and I'm sure he'll definitely refine a third-level medicinal pill for me. So Elder 2's matter shouldn't be a problem, said Ling Xiao very sincerely. Elder 2, this is Lu Dong's fault, but he doesn't have the final say on Medicine Peak. In that case, thank you very much, little Xiao. If this matter succeeds, Old 2 will definitely reward you greatly. G2 immediately cupped his hands in thanks. Old 2, you're too polite. However, the ugly words must be said first. It's fine for Master to make a move, but you still have to prepare the spirit herbs. After all, I don't know if my master has the spirit herbs for the bone-forming Dan. If he doesn't, then it won't be easy to handle. Ling Xiao first stated. To explain, the bone regeneration pill and the bone regeneration pill were both third-grade pills, but the bone regeneration pill was the upgraded version of the bone regeneration pill, so its effect was naturally more effective and more valuable. However, most people only knew of the existence of the bone regeneration pill, and the bone regeneration pill was recorded in the alchemy method, a pill recipe created by the medicine sect. Therefore, from the beginning, Ling Xiao had guessed that G2 needed the bone regeneration pill, and not the bone regeneration pill. That is only natural. These past few years, I have also gathered a portion of the spirit grass for refining the bone regeneration pill. Now, as long as I can obtain the yellow marrow grass here, it will not be a problem to gather 2 portions of the spirit grass for the bone regeneration pill, G2 replied with a nod. He naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since he was asking for help, he naturally had to show his sincerity. However, he did not understand Ling Xiao. He did not know if Ling Xiao was another Lu Dong. If he coveted the spirit grass and did not help him refine the pill, then he would be a fool. However, he had no other choice but to take a gamble. If he had really misjudged him, then he could only blame his granddaughter's fate for being unlucky. Ling Xiao could naturally sense G2's doubts, so he immediately requested to see G2's granddaughter. He wanted to see the actual situation and also resolve G2's doubts. Before leaving, G2 still went to buy the yellow marrow grass. Ling Xiao did not stop him. After all, in his eyes, the yellow marrow grass had already fallen into his hands without a doubt. When G2 and Ling Xiao arrived downstairs together, Li Kuanghu and Xianxia came to greet them. G2 looked at the limping Li Kuanghu and frowned. His expression also became gloomy. Ling Xiao naturally caught a glimpse of G2's expression, but he did not pay attention to it. He first let Li Kuanghu take Xianxia back to the courtyard. When Li Kuanghu and Xianxia had just left, G2 asked coldly, "What do you mean?" "Old 2, don't be anxious. Let's walk, I will explain to you at the same time," Ling Xiao said very calmly. Ji2 glanced at him and immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. He led Ling Xiao back to his own home. Ling Xiao then explained to Ji2 unhurriedly, Kuang Hu is my new servant. He participated in the last outer sect disciple selection and his leg was broken. I think he is a good person, so I plan to let my master refine a bone-growing pill for him. To be honest, I also came to the Spirit Herb Hall today for the yellow marrow grass in your hands. Old 2, I don't want to hide anything from you. A batch of third-grade elixirs can be refined into 2 bone-growing pills. It just so happens that I want one and you want one. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Of course, if Old 2 thinks that I am lying to you, I will leave now. Today, you can pretend that you did not see me. After saying that, Ling Xiao was about to turn around and leave without the slightest pretense. It was as if from this rhythm, a beautiful girl was in a very lonely world. She longed for freedom and happiness, but she did not know how to achieve it. She could only enjoy herself in this lonely world, but no one could understand her pain and sorrow. The song ended. Ling Xiao could not help but burst into tears. He had never thought that there would be someone who could play such a touching melody. He was originally a person with a strong personality, and no matter how serious his injuries were, he would not necessarily cry in pain. However, now that tears were flowing unconsciously, he could clearly feel the loneliness of the other party. Putting himself in her shoes, if he was that lonely person, would he be able to live strong? Perhaps he would rather die than live like that. Let's go over, she is my granddaughter. Ji2 wiped the tears from his old eyes and said to Ling Xiao. Chapter 190. Ling Xiao followed Ji2 across the bridge of the Lotus Pond and into the pavilion. He saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl sitting in front of the pavilion with her hands on the zither. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the fish in the lotus pond with a faint smile on her face. It was as if she was happy to see the fish in the pond playing happily, but it was also as if she was mocking herself for not being able to live as freely and happily as these fish. Bei-xin, Grandpa is here to see you. Ji2 walked in front of his granddaughter and said in an unusually kind tone. Bei-xin turned around and smiled. Grandpa, you're here, you. When she was about to say something, she saw that behind her grandpa was an unfamiliar young man. For a moment, she was stunned speechless. Ling Xiao was also stunned. He was stunned by the beauty. Her face is like a finely carved jade face, those beautiful eyes, that jade-like nose, those pearly white teeth, all of them show the gorgeous Feng Hua, so beautiful that it can make people suffocate. That slightly pale complexion, looking at it can make people's heart break endlessly. Really can't wait to immediately embrace her in her arms and comfort her. She was dressed in a pure white and elegant veil, but it couldn't conceal her exquisite figure. Her alluring charm added a bit of an otherworldly aura to her. She was like a fairy that didn't eat the food of the mortal world, causing people to not have the slightest intention to profane her. Bei-xin's beauty was actually not inferior to Yunmingqi. Compared to Bai Yuxi, Wei Dyer, Wu Sixue, Yu Lian, she was even more beautiful. Only Yunmingqi and Bing Ruoxue could compete with her. However, the three of them were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own unique flavor. Greetings, Miss Ji. I am Ling Xiao, Ling from Reaching the Nine Heavens, the smile that always smiles. Ling Xiao introduced himself with a smile as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Bei-xin looked at the handsome and elegant Ling Xiao and couldn't help but blush. Her expression was also quite evasive, as if she didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao directly. Facing this young man, she didn't know why her heart was beating like a deer. Her whole body had an unprecedented feeling of nervousness. From the time she was born until now, she had almost never come into contact with the opposite sex. Usually, she only listened to the maids talking about interesting things between men and women, but she also knew some love stories between men and women. She was thinking, could it be that Grandpa arranged this? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Ji2 interrupted her thoughts and said excitedly, Bei-xin, this is Grandpa's old friend. He has the ability to help you stand up. Really? Really? Ji Beixin asked Ji2 ecstatically. Before Ji2 could say anything, Ling Xiao had already walked over and gently said, "Can you let me see Mrs. Jade feet?" If it was someone else, they would have cursed the pervert for breaking through a beauty like this. However, Ji Beixin didn't have any schemes at all. Looking at Ling Xiao's sincere and clear eyes, she subconsciously nodded her head and let out a mosquito-like "N." Her pale face actually flushed red, making her look even more beautiful. Ling Xiao very gently took off Ji Beixin's cloth shoes, revealing a pair of smooth and delicate jade feet, which looked both petite and delicate, with beautiful jade fingers. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How unfair God is, to actually make such a perfect woman become a cripple. This is simply too cruel. Ling Xiao gently pinched that light jade foot, and Ji Beixin's whole body seemed to have been electrocuted. Her mouth almost let out a shy cry, and her delicate face was lowered to her chest, not daring to look at anyone. "I'll go prepare dinner first." Ji2 glanced at his granddaughter and Ling Xiao, said a sentence and hurriedly left. In the past, his granddaughter would be frightened when she saw strangers, but who would have thought that when Ling Xiao came for the first time, his granddaughter actually didn't have any disgust, and even let him see her feet. Even as a grandfather, he didn't have this ability. I hope Xiao Xiao can really get the bone-forming pill, then even if I let Beixin follow him, it won't be a disgrace to her. Ji2 sighed in his heart, and his footsteps quickened a bit, leaving the pavilion. Ling Xiao was not a doctor, but he was an alchemist and a martial artist, so he still had a little understanding of the muscle structure of the body. He gently pressed the Yongquan point at the bottom of Ji Beixin's foot, and slightly transferred a bit of Xianxia to it. Unexpectedly, at this time, the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness actually emitted a strong suction force. Ji Beixin seemed to be attracted by a suction force, and there was actually a swelling pain in her foot, causing her to be unable to help but cry out. Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on, and when he wanted to let go of Ji Beixin's foot, he found that his hand was still tightly holding Ji Beixin's jade foot, as if it was out of his control. Immediately after, he felt a strong cold energy surge from Ji Beixin's Yongquan point towards his palm. For a moment, Ling Xiao also couldn't figure out what was going on. He really didn't think that an ordinary woman like Ji Beixin would have such great energy, but when he saw that Ji Beixin's slender white foot had turned gray and black, he felt as if it was poisoned. Could it be that there is evil Yin Qi in her body? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be puzzled. Looking at Ji Beixin's painful expression, Ling Xiao couldn't help but clench his teeth and forcefully cut off the energy absorption. Ling Xiao stood up, only to feel that the Xianqi in his body had actually increased a bit in a short period of time. This was too inconceivable. "Are you okay?" Ling Xiao looked at Ji Beixin, whose expression was even paler, and asked softly. I'm fine." Ji Beixin replied with a little stutter. "Miss Ji, have you cultivated any Xianqi before?" Ling Xiao saw that Ji Beixin was not abnormal, and immediately changed the topic to ask. "No. Never cultivated before." Ji Beixin seemed to have a stutter, even her speech was not fluent. "Miss Ji, no, I'll call you Beixin. We are about the same age, it's very suitable to be friends." "Alright, did you feel a lot of pain just now?" Ling Xiao tried to get closer to Ji Beixin to understand the situation. "It's a little painful." Ji Beixin nodded slightly. "Then have your feet felt like this before?" Then, let's try again, can we?" Ling Xiao asked softly. Ji Beixin hesitated for a moment, nodded and turned her pretty face to the side. Since Ji Beixin had not cultivated Xianqi before, Ling Xiao could almost confirm his thoughts in his heart, and immediately touched Ji Beixin's Yongquan point. The situation just now happened again. His body automatically produced a suction force, and the surface of Ji Beixin's jade foot was suffused with a grayish-black color. "It's definitely the baleful Yin Qi." Ling Xiao confirmed his thoughts and immediately allowed his palms to absorb the energy. At the same time, he did not forget to comfort Ji Beixin. "Bear with it, it'll be fine soon." Ji Beixin's personality could be considered strong. She gritted her teeth and did not make any sound. Ling Xiao did not expect Ji Beixin to have so much baleful Yin Qi, and only stopped after absorbing for a full hour. When the baleful yin qi entered Ling Xiao's body, it did not cause him any harm. Instead, it turned into two streams of energy, one entering his dantian, and the other entering the pre-celestial yin wind pearl in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the high-level profound realm not long ago. Now that he had absorbed Ji Beixin's baleful yin qi, he had actually reached the middle level of the high-level profound realm. This made Ling Xiao feel that it was inconceivable. He never thought that Ji Beixin's body would contain such a sinister energy. It seemed like he had picked up Pingyi this time. Ling Xiao calmed down the profound energy in his dantian and stood up. Looking at Ji Beixin, who had already fainted, he couldn't help but feel pain. Just now, he was only concerned about absorbing energy and forgot to endure the pain. Ling Xiao took out a pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, he infused a few strands of profound energy into her, and only then did she wake up. "How do you feel?" Ling Xiao asked. Ji Beixin avoided Ling Xiao's gaze and said indifferently, "I'm fine." Ling Xiao looked at Ji Beixin, who was just inches away from him, and his heart was moved. He couldn't help but grab her jade hand and caress it. "Believe me, I can help you stand up again." Ji Beixin's body trembled slightly. She wanted to break free from Ling Xiao's hand, but she discovered that the palm was strong and warm, giving her a sense of trust. She mustered up her courage and raised her head to look at Ling Xiao. She nodded firmly and said, "I believe in you." Ling Xiao grinned. He reached out a hand and brushed away a few strands of hair that had fallen over Ji Beixin's face. He praised, "Beixin, you are so beautiful. Perhaps the heavens are jealous of your beauty, and that's why you can't stand up. But before long, you will be able to defy the heavens. You will be able to walk out of this place and see the world." When Ji Beixin heard this, her expression became yearning. "Can I really do it?" "Of course, as long as you believe me." Ling Xiao replied with certainty. Ji Beixin replied softly, "Come on, I'll take you to the hall to eat something." Ling Xiao said. He didn't care whether Ji Beixin was willing or not. He directly picked her up by the waist. Ji Beixin didn't resist at all. She obediently hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and gently leaned her head against Ling Xiao's chest. She found that she had completely accepted the existence of Ling Xiao and the feeling of being with him. She felt that he gave her such a sense of trust and security. It was as if she was destined to belong to him completely. Along the way, the servants saw Ling Xiao holding their miss and then looked at their miss's intoxicated look. They were all dumbfounded, as if they had discovered a new continent. When they arrived at the hall, Ji2 had been waiting for a long time. When Ji2 saw Ling Xiao coming with his granddaughter, he was also shocked by the situation. What's going on?" After dinner, Ling Xiao followed Ji2 to his study. "Xiao, you can take care of my granddaughter from now on," Ji2 said with a satisfied smile. At the dinner just now, he saw his granddaughter's eyes to Ling Xiao. He was almost sure that his granddaughter had been conquered by Ling Xiao. He couldn't help feeling that this guy was really capable. "Old two, don't worry. Beixin will definitely be able to stand up. I've already removed the root cause of her illness." Ling Xiao replied. "Root cause of her illness? What on earth is going on?" Ji2 asked in confusion. "The reason why Beixin couldn't stand up after she was born is that there is evil qi in her body." Ling Xiao said. "What? There is evil qi in Beixin's body?" Ji2 exclaimed in shock. Chapter 191. That's right, I discovered it when I felt her pulse just now. Fortunately, the baleful yin qi wasn't very strong, but it had existed in her body since she was young, slowly invading her meridians and bone marrow. That's why she couldn't stand up since she was young. Fortunately, old two, you have been using profound energy and pills to prolong her life, otherwise she might have already. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Sigh, I only have one granddaughter, so I naturally don't want anything to happen to her. Ji2 sighed and said with a sad expression, this child lost her parents when she was young, and I really can't bear to let her follow in her parents' footsteps at such a young age. All these years, I have been trying to get a bone-growing pill for her, but now, Bei Xian's happiness depends on you. Xiao, old Ji, I kneel to you here." After Ji2 finished speaking, he actually wanted to kneel to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hurriedly supported him, not letting him do such a big bow. "Old Tu, aren't you the little brat Jiesha? Don't worry, now that the baleful Yin Qi has already been expelled by me, I'll refine some nourishing medicinal pills for her to smooth out her meridians. In the future, she'll take a bone-forming pill and she'll definitely be able to stand up again," said Ling Xiao very sincerely. Now, even if Ji2 didn't say it, Ling Xiao would still do his best to help Ji Beixin, because his heart was filled with infinite pity for her, just like how he felt for Bai Yushi. Both of them were women made of water, and they needed a man to care for them, not letting them suffer any injuries, and that man, of course, was himself. Ling Xiao had always had a great dream that all men wanted, awake to control the world, drunk to lie on the knees of beauties, and he had always been working hard in this direction. For a rare beauty like Ji Beixin, if Ling Xiao didn't accept her, then he wouldn't be a man. Of course, his thoughts weren't purely to possess her, but to properly care for her. He felt that such a woman shouldn't be sad, but should always be able to maintain a happy smile and live happily. Ling Xiao asked Ji2 to arrange a quiet room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. Then he walked into the room and began to refine pills. According to Ling Xiao's understanding, Ji Beixin had never cultivated any mysterious techniques, so she was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, she had been attacked by the baleful Yin Qi for a long time. Now, the baleful Yin Qi had been removed, but the meridians under her legs had suffered a lot of damage. Therefore, like Li Kuanghu, she needed the tendon-warming pill to warm her meridians. Then, she had to refine a furnace of consolidating Qi Dan to let her recuperate her body first. After refining the tendon and bone regeneration pill, her bone marrow could regenerate and show vitality. Then, recovering would not be a problem. However, Ling Xiao still felt that Ji Beixin was a little strange. He had absorbed Ji Beixin's baleful Yin Qi, but he still felt that her body should still contain profound energy to resist the baleful Yin Qi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person like her to survive until now. Even if Ji2 forcefully channeled profound energy, he would not have the ability to do so. Is there some kind of energy sealed in her body? Ling Xiao suddenly had an inconceivable thought. However, it was quickly denied by him. Ji Beixin was disabled from birth. Could it be that the seal started from her mother? This was obviously impossible. Ling Xiao calmed his mind, took out the spirit grass from the space ring, and began to refine pills. Now, Ling Xiao was completely proficient in refining first and second level pills, so it was not a problem to have a 100% success rate. After an hour, Ling Xiao walked out of the room. Ji2 had been waiting for a long time. He really did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to refine pills by himself at such a young age. No wonder he could be accepted as a direct disciple by the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao gave him a first-level consolidating Qi Dan and a second-level tendon-warming pill, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that Ling Xiao was actually a second-level alchemist. This was too young. This time, Ji2 was even more certain that Ling Xiao would not lie to him. In his heart, he felt that he must properly befriend Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao's future was absolutely bright. Not only was he a second-level alchemist, his strength was also already at a high-level mystic cultivator. How old was he? A second-level alchemist who was not even 20, and a high-level mystic cultivator. These two identities were enough to make anyone pay attention to him. After Ling Xiao handed the pills to Ji2, he did not stay any longer and prepared to leave. Ji2 was naturally tactful, and handed over the 2 sets of bone-forming pills that he had prepared earlier to Ling Xiao. Beixin will be relying on you. Ji2 instructed very seriously. Don't worry, Elder 2, I will definitely bring you good news within a month. Ling Xiao received the spirit grass and said very seriously. Now that the spirit grass needed to refine the bone-forming pill was all gathered, Ling Xiao could completely refine the pill immediately. However, he still did not want G2 to know his identity as a third-level alchemist. In case it was spread out, it would shock the world. Moreover, he had to go to the Wooden Flag Peak to cultivate in the next half of the month. He had no time to refine pills, so it would not be too late to refine it when he returned to the Medicine Peak. After leaving the city lord's residence, Ling Xiao did not immediately rush back to the sect. After all, he had promised Xianxia that he would go back to accompany her. Xianxia was really clingy to Ling Xiao, and played for half the night. Only after Ling Xiao repeatedly coaxed her to go to bed, and she also wanted Ling Xiao to accompany her before she was willing to sleep. Ling Xiao was also very doting towards her, and only after Xianxia fell asleep did he walk out of the room. The moonlight shone on the courtyard, and the low cries of unknown insects and beasts in the surroundings made the courtyard seem especially quiet. Li Kuanghu was drinking wine at the stone table under the tree, and his expression was extremely lonely. When Ling Xiao walked out, he still very respectfully stood up. Before he could say anything, Ling Xiao said, "Kuanghu, I already said, there is no outsider, there is no need to be so polite. Come, let us brothers drink together." Ling Xiao walked to the stone table, picked up a pot of wine, and poured it down his throat. A fishy and spicy taste flowed into his lungs. "Good wine. Come, let's do it." Ling Xiao could not help but shout. Li Kuanghu's body and mind warmed, and he also raised the wine pot in his hand and clinked it with Ling Xiao, and also began to drink wildly. After drinking for 30 minutes, Ling Xiao said to Li Kuanghu, "All the spirit grass for the bone-forming pill have been gathered. At most, in a month, you will be able to return to normal." "But, really?" The wine bottle in Li Kuanghu's hand unconsciously fell from his hand, and he looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. "Originally, I could have refined it for you now, but I have to rush back to the sect as soon as possible. You just have to bear with it," said Ling Xiao. Refining a third-grade pill was not as simple as refining a first-grade pill. A third-grade pill had already entered the grade, and could already be called a miraculous pill. Not only did it need to refine a large number of auxiliary spirit grass, but it also needed to divide the beast core, which consumed a lot of energy and required a very long time. It was absolutely impossible to casually refine a third-grade pill, or else it would be disturbed. Not only would it waste a lot of spirit grass, but it would also consume one's own energy and energy. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." Li Kuanghu was overjoyed, and excitedly knelt to thank Ling Xiao. His leg had been injured for a few years, and it would recover in a month. How could he not be happy? How could he not be excited? Ling Xiao calmly accepted Li Kuanghu's bow and then said, "Get up, recovering your leg is the first step. I will help you break through to the spirit master level in the shortest time possible. In the future, you will be responsible for taking care of Xianxia. You must remember to follow me. I will not treat you unfairly. Perhaps one day, you will be glad that you chose to follow me." Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the beautiful moon, and said in an unusually calm tone, his tiger-like eyes emitting a resolute expression. Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao, who was a few years younger than him, and he did not know why a deep sense of admiration arose in his heart. "In this life, I will only follow young master, and I will never be disloyal," Li Kuanghu secretly said in his heart. On the morning of the next day, before the sky had even brightened, Ling Xiao took advantage of the fact that Xianxia had not yet woken up and hurried back to the sect. Earlier, Ling Xiao had become the disciple of two masters, the Peak Lord of the Medicine Peak, Nangong Changle, and the Wood Flag Peak's Mu Huai. He had agreed to stay at the Medicine Peak for the first half of the month to learn alchemy, and the second half of the month to cultivate profound energy at the Wood Flag Peak. The Purple Sky sect was vast, and the Wood Flag Peak was one of the 9 main peaks. The mountain where it was located was not inferior to the other 9 peaks, and the spirit chi was even denser. The towering trees were verdant and lush, and unknown wildflowers and weeds could be seen everywhere. If one looked carefully, they would also find that there were many low-level spirit grass growing. This was a treasure land with a relatively abundant wood spirit chi. Ling Xiao strolled along the way, and from time to time he would admire the beautiful scenery on the road, feeling very relaxed. The reason why he agreed to become Mu Huai's disciple was because he did not have a wood attribute cultivation technique, and his body was 100% wood attribute cultivation technique. If he did not cultivate it, it would definitely be a very big loss. As the saying goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. However, Ling Xiao had very strong confidence that such a situation would not occur. With the purity of his attribute being so high, cultivating would be twice the result with half the effort. Even if he were to multitask, it would not take up too much time. Moreover, he had always boasted that he was an exceptional genius, and there were not many things in the world that were difficult to obtain. In reality, he himself understood that Lu Wang, who existed in his sea of consciousness, would definitely be very happy to see him cultivate the wood attribute. After all, Lu Wang needed to recover his energy, so he had to absorb wood attribute spirit qi. Right now, he was in Ling Xiao's body, so his absorption speed was not fast. If Ling Xiao could break through to spirit master level and start to absorb spirit qi, it would not only be beneficial to himself, but also to Lu Wang. Just as they were halfway up Wooden Flag Peak, two disciples walked out from a hidden mound. "Who are you?" one of the disciples shouted. Ling Xiao slightly cupped his hands, then took out the token in his bosom and said, "I am Ling Xiao, a disciple of this year. I am entering the peak to see Master Mu." "So it's Senior Ling Xiao, the Peak Lord has already given orders. Please follow me." When the two disciples heard Ling Xiao say his name, they immediately revealed respectful expressions and bowed at the same time. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then revealed a proud expression and followed one of the outer sect disciples up the mountain. However, he did not notice that the disciple who did not follow behind him revealed a strange and sinister smile. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.